Audiences are requested not to walk in front of the cameras.
Life is not about to live only, but it is about being well. It is undeniable that a well-balanced diet, goes hand in hand with a healthy lifestyle.
Hello. 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 Check. Hello. 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 Yavaş. Hafif Hello.
Hello? Hello? Life is not about to live only, but is about being well. It's undeniable that a well-balanced diet goes hand in hand with a healthy lifestyle. And it is imperative that the role of nutrition is well explained to the general public. So, the purpose of this conference titled, Role of Diet and Nutrition in Unani Medicine for Good Health and Well-Being,
stands to emphasize the importance of a well-balanced diet, nutrition in maintenance of a healthy lifestyle, prevention and treatment of diseases. Well, let me first express my gratitude to the entire CCRU team headed by our respected DG, Professor Asim Ali Khan, for putting up such great endeavor in making today's venture possible with such vigor and utmost dedication. Congratulations for coming this far and good luck for the future ahead.
Yesterday, the inaugural ceremony of the conference was held, which was graced by our honorable guests, Shri Sarvananda Sonowal, Honorable Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways and Minister of Ayush, Dr. Munjabara Mahendrabai Kalubai, Honorable Minister of State for Ayush and Minister of State for Women and Child Development,
Shri Pramod Kumar Pathak, Special Secretary, Ministry of Ayush, Shri Vivek Bharadwaj, Additional Chief Secretary, Health and Medical Education, Department Government of J&K,
Shri Vaidya Jayant Yashwanand Devpajari, Chairman, National Commission for the Indian System of Medicine, New Delhi, Professor Talat Ahmed, Vice Chancellor, University of Kashmir, Srinagar, Jammu and Kashmir, Professor Asim Ali Khan, DG CCRU and Ministry of Ayush, Government of India,
Dr. M.A. Kasmi, Advisor Unani, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, Dr. Seema Akbar, Assistant Director in Charge, RRIM Srinagar, Dr. Professor Akbar Masood, Vice Chancellor, Baba Ghulam Shah University, Rajouri,
and Dr. Mohan Singh, Director, Indian System of Medicine, Jammu and Kashmir. They have been a great source of inspiration for us. The dignitaries gave a detailed insight of ministries and CCRU's initiative.
In the afternoon, a panel discussion was also held on the theme
Am I audible? May I request the audiovisual system to check his voice?
Dr. Madan, please speak.
I think till Dr. Manan is available, let me start introducing him gradually, step by step, because he is a very impressive CV. Safula? Professor Manan,
Please unmute.
can you hear me?
Hear you. Can you hear me?
So your voice is not clear.
I'm glad to know.
Bangladesh and founder Vice Chancellor of European University of Bangladesh. He was also professor and executive director of University of Papua New Guinea and visiting
Good morning. Namaskar. Assalamu alaikum. Shubh Shakar. It is a really great privilege for me to participate in this international conference at the same time share the celebration of humanity. I see this forum every year a platform for exchange views, ideas for the development of Unani medicine, particular in India at the same time globally. So it is a privilege to know about the development of human medicine in India and other to help the development of the same in Bangladesh. It is also I'm really pleased to see Dr. S.M. Resuddin is here to present. I'm not sure about Abang Yedeshawa, Mosif Hossein, Amran Jarga, whom I knew very well. So it's a great forum for us to come together. That's why I'm really grateful to Professor Ashwini Khan and the organizers of this council or this conference for inviting me and presenting a paper. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to share one very important thing, that is our joy and celebration of Muzi Morsham. Next slide. Muzi Morsham is marking the 100th birthday of Father of the Nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, and 50th independence celebration of Bangladesh. You know, His Excellency Honorable Prime Minister will be inaugurated the Muzi Morsham, and at the same time, His Excellency the President Ram Mohammed graced a great celebration of Independence Day, and that's a great pleasure for us. And with the participation of His Excellency the Prime Minister and the President, the relationship between the Bangladesh and India has taken to a new high. Our relationship during our liberation war, support of India, economic emancipation of the country, and now the new way of development, a growing nation of Bangladesh. I again share our celebration and joy of Muzi Morsham and the Independence celebration with all the participants. Dear colleagues, our father of the nation was a visionary for which we got the independence of this country. And immediately after the independence, he ensured that the nutrition and improvement of public health is really the concern of the country. Next slide. And not only this important issue was included in the constitution when the country was just reconstructing after the devastated situation of the war. He established the Institute of Public Health Administration. And in order to promote, monitor, and develop the nutrition aspects of the country, he established the National Council, Nutrition Council, 1975. So you can see the vision of the father of the nation, who actually tried to promote the public health nutrition through establishing the institution and also establishing the council and undertaking programs. Next. As you know, Bangladesh is a growing economy, and as you know, that it is an emerging economy in the world, and it's shaping to be a developing country in 2026. Last 2 decades, our economy, it was growing about 6.6% GDP every year. Annual gross domestic product, you can see, increased from $3,000 in 2012 to 5,000 in 2020. So along with this economic development, we also have a remarkable achievement in nutrition development. Between 2007 and 2017, next slide, stunted children dropped by 28%, underweight children dropped by 46%, and constant children dropped by 3%. So that's the way we are contributing to the Millennium Development contributed to the Millennium Development Goal, at the same time it's currently contributing to the Sustainable Development Goal. In terms of adult nutrition, you can see the figure 30% in 2000, now reduced down to 25% in 2020 for female, and male from 26% down to nearly um, 17% in 2020. So, in terms of the achievement in terms of the nutrition and diet in this country is remarkable. Along with that, the government of Bangladesh has given importance to food security for all, boosting food production. Next slide. And emphasis was given on agriculture, livestock, and fisheries. You will see, in terms of our food production, total rice production increased from about 100 lakh metric ton, 100 lakh metric ton immediate after independence to about nearly 350 metric ton in 2015, and it is now nearly 400 in 2020. Although the arable land remain the same. In terms of the nutrition, we also think that the nutrition coming from the fish production, you can see the increase from 2009 to 2019, and it's growing faster. So we try to ensure the food production in this country for ensuring the nutrition bill for good health and well-being of the people. The political commitment coming from the Honorable Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina's government has already ensured food security for all by boosting food production. Our aim is now to ensure nutrition for all. So that is the commitment from the government. So the commitment of the government has been translated to a nutrition policy in 2015 to 2025. And in order to implement the policy, there is a national plan of action for nutrition. Next slide. National Plan of Action for Nutrition 2016 to 25. That is not only program, because this is to bring all the role players, starting from government departments, ministries, NGOs, and non-government organizations. National Bangladesh Nutrition Council, which was established in 1975, chaired by the Honorable Prime Minister of the country. So that's the way the nutrition and diet for good health and well-being has given a top priority in Bangladesh. The thematic areas, nutrition for all, next slide. Following life cycle approach, agriculture and diet diversification, locally adapted recipes, social protection, integrated and comprehensive social and behavioral change and communication. Ladies and gentlemen, you have seen the overall thematic areas and the initiative of the government and the program of the government. Of Unani medicine. Guide for good health and well-being of the country. And the alternative medicine care makes a vital role in sustainable development goals, better health for prosperous society. That is the slogan. Now they have prepared a plan for 2017 to 22. So this will give us an idea of what's happening in terms of Unani medicine contributing towards the diet and nutrition for good health and well-being of the people. The program is expand alternative medical care services, upgrade strengthen education system, developing research capacity, and awareness of traditional medicine among the people, general ones. In terms of expanding the alternative medical care services, main programs are to integrate the alternative medical care services with the national healthcare delivery systems. I hope that slide is moving along with that. Next slide. And the next one is, in order to expand the services, is delivery system, health and network delivery system, which is mainly dominated by the modern medicine and public health. Also, we are trying to integrate the alternative medical care services and all that. In order to do that, we are trying to provide human resources in the existing hospitals, 27 medical college hospitals, 63 district hospitals, and 482 health complexes. So all the health complexes will have the doctors in Unani medicine, Ayurvedic medicine, and other areas also. And also we targeted 26 medical colleges and other hospitals. Mainly, there are institutions, 6 institutions with hospitals will provide maternal and child care services 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. So these are the important area in expanding the alternative medical care services. Next slide. So this is a system of integrating our Indian medicine along with the modern medicine or national healthcare system. Now, in terms of upgrading the education system, the program is emphasizing on the upgrading the curriculum system, introducing fellowship for MD and PhDs. As you know, the institutions in Bangladesh have up to this bachelor degrees. We don't have any program in MD and PhD, so most of our students, those who are willing to do it, they are actually going to India in different institutions. But there are a lot of problems. We are trying to solve it, mainly the equivalence of our bachelor degree and the bachelor degree in India and sort of thing. But even then, there is a great support from government of India and the institutions in order to provide education services to our students doing MD and PhDs. And also we are trying to upgrade the college hospitals in order to provide the maternal and child care help. In terms of enhancing the research capacity, we are trying to develop the research capacity within the AMC colleges, and there is a plan to establish or set up a center for coordination applied research in alternative medical care in the Bangladesh Council for Scientific and Industrial. There is a Bangladesh Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. It's a very big organization. That's also established by the father of the nation, immediately after our independence. So we are trying to, actually the plan is trying to establish a coordination center there for research in Unani medicine, and also establishing herbals in 40 locations and their colleges and hospitals. So you can see what I presented. Next slide. Low capacity Unani system of medicine. Only you can see there are only 4 colleges offering bachelor degrees, can enroll only 500 students a year. 17 colleges offer only diploma programs, 2,800 students a year. So this is the education system we have. Then inadequate qualified practitioners. There are only 400 Bachelor of Unani Medicine registered doctors, 800 Diploma in Unani Medicine registered doctors, 500 certificate holders who obtain attend certificate programs or some other programs like that. And in terms of providing services, apart from the government hospital integrated with the Unani medicine, there are 272 service centers of Hamdard, Bangladesh, those who provide clinical services, 272 centers. There are 3 doctors in Unani and also Ayurvedic, and also there are supporting staff in those centers. This is, you can see from here, the capacity is very low in terms of the need to provide medical services in terms of, I say, Unani medicine of 160 million people in this country. You have only 400 Bachelor of Unani medicine registered doctors, 800 diploma holders, 550,000 certificate holders. So in terms of the demand and the supply, there is a very great imbalance between these two. Low capacity also in terms of manufacturing. There are 270 drug manufacturers. They're only producing what they call is traditional medicine, but not up to the standard. And they could not earn the confidence of the people. Although the only Hamdard laboratories of Bangladesh earned very good name in terms of quality and other things. But there is a very serious drawbacks in this area, and the regulated market is not properly regulated. So there is lack of confidence of the people on this medicine in the market in this country. Um, Along with this low capacity and the high demand, you can see there are other additional challenges, that is double burden. Nutrition and obesity is there. Hidden hunger is there, looks like, but malnutrition. Macronutrient deficiency is there. Micronutrient deficiency is there. But the system is trying to cover all these things. I hope in future we'll be able to address these issues. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable scholars, I want to, until now, I try to give a picture of the um, diet and nutrition policy of the country, program of the country, delivery in this country, achievement in this country, and the contribution of the Unani medicine in these areas, and the low capacity of Unani medicine area in order against the demand, high demand in this area. Uh, So, what is to be required in the long run? Uh, because we identify the problems, we know what are the problems and what are the issues. So, I'm trying to provide some kind of ideas. One, the most important thing is the advocacy. Unani medicine is still to get a ground in this country among the doctors, among the policymakers, among the institutions, even among the general public. One is leadership at the national level. You can see we don't have, you need a champion at national level in order to promote particular issues, particular programs, particular things. In case of Unani medicine, I can see there is a lack of leadership in the national level. I do see what you call a champion who can promote that. Here is an area we shall have to provide great attention and more attention in order to provide services to the people. And that is reflected when you see the representative to the Bangladesh National Nutrition Council. There is not a single person uh, um, in from Unani medicine area or any kind of alternative medicine area represented in this committee. So it is absent there. There is an executive committee of the Bangladesh Nutrition Council, uh, but there is no person from the Unani medicine or even Ayurvedic medicine in that executive committee who is supporting the National Nutrition Council. There is a standing technical committee. There is not a single representative from this area. But in the technical committee, you will find some people from the colleges, those who are providing home economics or something like that, they are also represented there. But in case of Unani medicine or Ayurvedic medicine or anything like that, there is not a single person there to talk about these areas. So at the national policy making level, program designing level, monitoring level, we don't find people there. There is a and that is required the education. We need few people, those who will obtain PhD degrees, come back to this country and then try to advocate these areas in the policy making and other areas. In terms of the regulations, we are looking for an act to regulate this one. We are still running this Unani medicine, Ayurvedic medicine on the basis of the ordinance promulgated in 1983. There was initiative taken last year in terms of drafting an act. So there is also a fighting. And one example I give you, I should not disclose these things, but even it's better I tell you a few things. There is a suggestion for a national council for Unani medicine or Ayurvedic medicine education. And there are bureaucrats and all people are there, about 19 members. There are only 3 academics in this committee. So you can see the bureaucrats are trying to promote these areas instead of the Unani and Ayurvedic medicine. So something to be done in terms of advocacy level, national level, mid-level, and the lower level also. And that's required. Next, I should say, the role of the practitioners. The practitioner is, we can see a few problems with them. Public health role of the practitioners. They are not there only to provide prescriptions to the patients. They shall have to play a role of the public practitioners because we don't have many people to do that. The practitioners should do that. They should advise the patient, prescription at the same time, the diet advice. Not only that, some practitioners love to provide what you call this, uh, love to provide what do you call this prescription in other areas instead of Unani medicine. I don't like to mention those things. So the practitioner should play a role, vital role, and also there should be a guideline produced for these practitioners so that they can use that guideline in order to guide their patients and other people. So role of practitioners should be reviewed and that should be directed towards this diet and nutrition in Unani medicine for good health and well-being. Educational research, one of the most important area, as I have
Excuse
shown you,
me,
only 5 bachelor degree institutions, only 17 diploma degree institutions. There is not a,
Professor Manan.
very, what you call the standard research institutions. Yeah, I'm taking more time, I'm finished. So this is large expansion. We need education system to be expanded. And instead of piggyback a research organization in another industrial research organization, we should have a separate independent research organization and regulate the market properly. And way forward, I have also
Manan
suggested
sir,
the
can you
cooperation
be
support.
brief? Manan sir,
Yeah,
can you
please.
conclude? Yeah, please.
Finishing. So my last slide is now, as you give me warning, I was finishing. This country, within the system we are working, and I hope that the time is coming when it is gaining ground. Honorable Prime Minister is very aware of it and is very strongly supporting the activities and programs and all these things of the Unani medicine, Ayurvedic medicine. So we have what we call a support from the top, but we need to exploit that. In order to do that, we need support and cooperation. And that was the reason we have already signed an agreement with, there is an agreement between the government of Bangladesh and government of India in order to support the Unani Ayurvedic medicine and homeopathic also. At the same time, the Hamdard University signed an agreement with the Ayush and CC Thanks, Dr. Ashim Ali Khan and Honorable Pramod Kumar Pathak and other people, those who supported and what you call this, facilitated this agreement. And we are looking for arrival of Professor Dr. Manwar very soon. And I hope that his arrival and his activities with the Hamdard University will create a momentum for the development of Indian medicine in this country. And we also signed agreement with the Jamia Hamdard India and Hamdard and other institutions. I think this cooperation is very much required in order to enhance the education system, expand the education system, and at the same time, creating more doctors and practitioners, and at the same time to advocate at the government level in order to promote the Unani medicine for diet and nutrition for good health and well-being. So, ladies and gentlemen, I tried to communicate the situation in the Bangladesh, which is not that encouraging, little bit of gloomy, but encouraging that the government and the Honorable Prime Minister is supporting our programs. And also our encouraging is that we have support from the Indian government and the Indian institutions in order to develop our capacity. I hope in the near future, the Bangladesh will be able to develop its education system, research capacity, and at the same time provide services to the people for the diet, nutrition, in Indian medicine for good health and well-being. I think Bangladesh is moving to become a developing country in 2026. And as you know, this Millennium Development Goal, we are one of the pioneering country who achieved its goal. And Sustainable Development Goal, of course, we'll hope that will be achieved that. At the same time, there will be development of Unani medicine in this country for diet and nutrition and good health and well-being of our people. So thank you very much for listening me and providing me this privilege to present the situation of Bangladesh and also my suggestion, my way forward, how we can improve the situation. Thank you, and if you have any questions, please.
Thank you, Professor Manan, for taking us through the journey in developments in our sister country. It is heartening to understand that there are several aspects running in Bangladesh and which is taking this country to become the developed country in next decade. And I am sure that there are people like you who have contributed significantly. Congratulations for doing such good work and also enlightening us. So next speaker, I'll take, if there are any questions, I think we can take at the end of session because there is a time constraint. So let me, before introducing the next speaker, let me introduce GVR Joseph, PhD, who is the in charge director of Indian Medicine and Homeopathy Pharmacopoeia. He is my co-chair here. He will be giving me company for the next three speakers chairmanship. And I'll introduce next speaker. I think Dr. S.M. Raisuddin is there. Yes. So Dr. Raisuddin has received his BOMS degree from Institute of Indigenous Medicine, University of Colombo, Sri Lanka in 2000. And he worked as medical officer in National Teaching Hospital of Ayurveda in 2005. Then he started teaching at his alma mater as a professional lecturer till 2006. He completed his MD in Molajat in NIUM, Bangalore, and he has been actually practicing for last 16 years in teaching and research and has contributed significantly to this specialty. Dr. Raisuddin, welcome for the lecture.
I would request DG Professor Asim Ali Khan to present memento of appreciation to Dr. Muhammad Ashraf Ganai. Thank you very much, sir, for being with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome Dr. GVR Joseph, Joint Director PCIM. Sir, please carry on the proceedings of the session. Thank you.
Good morning to everybody. May I request Dr. S.M. Raisuddin to continue his lecture, please? Dr. Raisuddin, are you there online? Yes. Yeah, please go ahead, Dr. Saab.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible. Please go ahead, Dr. Saab.
Okay. I first thank the dignity in the audience in the conference. I thank the organizing committee for inviting me to share my experiences from the land of Sri Lanka. So before I enter into the topic, I would like to mention that today's theme, that is diet and nutrition in Unani medicine for health and well-being, it's a very important theme to this era, as well as if you go through the history, Unani Atibba, that is Unani physicians, have separately compiled books on aghiya, that is diet. Some authors, not some authors, all the authors who have written regarding medicine, they all have written about the diet. So, diet is very important in the healthcare system. So, I am sharing here a few slides about some printed books like Al-Jami'u li-Mufradat al-Adwiya wal-Aghziya. This book talks about Adwiya and Aghziya, food and the medicine. Also, this book Al-Aghziya wal-Adwiya of Ishaq ibn Sulaiman. This also talks about medicines and diet. Ibn Nafis has separately written a book Al-Mukhtar min al-Aghziya, selected foods, selected things in food. And also, Razi has written a separate book on Manafiul Aghziya or Daf'i Madarriha, the benefits of food or diets and how to overcome their side effects. It's a special book of Sheikh Razi. And also, there is another book of Ibn Wardi. It talks about all diets, all plant originated diet. And lastly, I say that is Atibul Muluki. Razi has written a book in the name of Atibul Muluki because this book has been written for luxurious people because they don't want or they are reluctant to eat in just medicine. So only with diets, how to treat the disease. This is the theme of this book. This book's name is Atibul Muluki. This has been separately, exclusively written for how to manage the diseases only with diets. If not possible only, they will add some medicine with these diets. So my idea of exposing these books and these slides is Unani physicians, they have never ignored diet in the management of the disease. And also, second point I express this is that all these books are available with me in the electronic form, so you can get use of that also. Now I will come to the my presentation other part. Please look at the slides. These photos are taken in between 2 weeks of time. This patient of mine is from Bangladesh. He was suffering for many years with severe takashurul jild. It is most compatible with the modern psoriasis. He had been treated by the topmost dermatologist of Bangladesh, Dhaka, and the results was very poor. The patient was unsuccessful in the management of psoriasis. So this patient was introduced to me, and I treated him with conventional Unani medicine. The first photo and the second photo you can see. The first photo was taken 15 days from the initial stage, and the second photo image was taken after 15 days of time. So I gave, as every Unani Hakim gives, conventional Unani medicines, but I added some food for the patient to eat continuously. So I believe that That patient was very quickly resolved or successful in the management because of this particular food intervention. You can see the other slide, the same patient's leg. It is before treatment, and the second photo is 15 days after the treatment. So you can see the entire change in this case. Again, this is another very serious case of psoriasis. This patient was also unsuccessful in the management of psoriasis by modern medicine, and he was also treated by well-known famous modern dermatologist. So the patient was introduced to me like this in the first photo, the first image. And the second image was taken after 5 days of treatment. After 5 days of treatment. Then the first photo here is shown is the fifth day photo, and this is the next one. The second photo is taken from 25th day of treatment. So within 25 days or almost 1 month, the patient was completely recovered from his psoriasis. This is the first day photo, and this is the 25th day photo image. So these cases are now living without medication, but on the particular food I suggested for them. So very serious, very severe psoriatic patients are living without medication. They are living only on food with very healthy skin. Now I am going to introduce another case. Perhaps some of you might have exposed this photo. This is a mucosal dominant pemphigus vulgaris case. The first one, the first one is the condition when the patient came in, and the next photo shows the 1 month change in the patient's mouth in the pemphigus vulgaris. If you look at the first photo, this is the 1 month photo. The second photo is the 56th day image of the patient. So all three cases are said to be in modern medicine. They are autoimmune diseases. Psoriasis is a well-known autoimmune disease, and also mucosal dominant pemphigus vulgaris, also an autoimmune disease. But these patients were treated with Unani medicines as well as with special food therapy or special diet therapy. Now all these patients are not only these cases, by all cases of psoriasis as well as pemphigus vulgaris, they are living a healthy life normally without any skin lesions, only on diet therapy, on medication. So what is the evidence? What is the reference for this? You can see I added in the all patients of mine, maybe suffering from psoriasis, maybe suffering from pemphigus vulgaris, and other diseases. Whatever I treat, normally I add three things in their diet. I add Rohani Gunjan, that is sesame oil, in their food, about 1 tablespoon once or twice a day. Shire mavizet, that is maviz. So I usually select the seedless variety of the kishmish and also rogane zard in their food with the conventional Unani treatment. So what happened is, after the 1 month or 2 month, 3 month treatment, we tail off the medicine and they run a healthy life with the ingestion of Rogane Gunjan, Shire Mavijan, and Rogane Zar. The evidence is, Razi says in Al Hawi, mixture of Shire Mavijan and Kunjan, Rogane Kunjan, prevents cracking in the face, hand, lip, and leg. And Ibn Turkmani has referred that Maviz is useful in the
Dr. Saab,
diseases
Dr. Saab,
which
sorry for the interruption. Dr. Saab, sorry for the interruption. Due to the shortage of the time, can you please wind up in 3 minutes time? Because we are running out of the time, so that's why it's my request that if you can able to. Thank you. Please wind up in 3 minutes time. Bye.
Oh. So this other case. Now this is hirsutism. Hirsutism is a common problem in PCOS, PCOD. So you can see the photos before and after, before and after, and before and after, and before and after. It is nothing bakilla seed. That is, in Tamil it is said mocha. Bakilla seed is a famous Unani herb. Razi has quoted, as Ibn Sina also have quoted, that bakilla powder prevent hair growth when it is applied in multiple time over a shaved area, and also it delay puberty when applied over the pubic region. And also Ibn Sina has recorded that when hens are fed with bakilla powder, the hen starts to egg. So I concluded this bakilla powder may be having an action about anti-androgenic action. So we took this concept and applied on my patients, and also we did a research in the BUMS level, applying in hirsutism and hypertrichosis also. So these were the results after applying bakilla powder over areas. So my idea is that there are foods around us which have been mentioned in Unani textbook, could be used in the serious medical problems as dietotherapy, and even autoimmune disease people are living without their problem very healthily. And my special thanks to Dr. Munir Zaman Khan from Bangladesh for giving me the photos of my patients, and Dr. H.W.A. Chanaka, my student, and Dr. K.P. Sinha, my student. And thank you very much for the invitation and listening to my session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Saab, heeding our request and winding up the lecture. Actually, we are running out of the time. That's why we made such a request. Now, yeah, thank you so much. Now, our next speaker is Dr. Saifullah Khalid Adamji. Dr. Saab, Dr. Saifullah Khalid Adamji, his degrees are BHMS, MBA, ABMQ. He has completed his graduation in 1992. He has worked as a trainee resident in radiology in New York for ARDMS. During this period, he developed an interest in healthcare regulation. He became a member of WHO's Scope of Practice Committee for TCAM. Dr. Saifullah has worked as a TCAM coordinator of Ministry of Health and Prevention, United Arab Emirates during 2007 to 2020. He has also served as additional in charge for exam committee for physicians, dentists and allied health. He is currently the in charge of licensing and medical policies in Sharjah Health Authority since November 2020. He is also an executive member in Federal National Committee for Healthcare Regulations, United Arab Emirates. I welcome you, sir, and my humble request is that kindly confine your time for 10 minutes or maximum 12 minutes. Thank you very much. Over to Dr. Saifullah.
Thank you very much, sir. I would like to extend my greetings to Dr. Asif Ali Khan and the CCF team officials and the other dignitaries. I was a little late in joining because of my today's dealings in the ministry. So, just to get away, I would be just going through the. If I can share it, it would be much good. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes, Dr. Sir, please go ahead. You are audible.
Yeah. I'm sharing the documents as well. Is it? Can you see?
Yeah, we can see your presentation also. Please go ahead.
All right, sir. Okay, so it's just like a brief
Can you?
introduction of the scope of IU system in the UAE and the present state of Unani medicine in UAE. Okay, so as such, UAE, if people are very much aware of nowadays, there is an upcoming country in the GCC and a very important member of the world scenario is playing a very important role and geographically located. It has a population of around 11 million, but the non-nationals comprise of 75%. 40% are from Indian subcontinent. Okay. So, as an overview, I would just take back to the like Zayed Complex for Urban Research and Traditional Medicine, which was established in 1996 by the Zionist exile Sultan Al Nahyan, who is the founding father of our UAE. I'm very happy and pleased to say that probably everyone knows Dr. Muhammad Tamil, who has been a very instrumental in establishing urban research in UAE. See, there is a history of traditional complementary and alternative medicine. The Middle East has a very well-developed urban medical practice, and the rich culture helped the urban medicines to grow. The development of the Tcam, which is a traditional complementary and alternative medicine, and on the GCC level, is directly proportional to the religious impact of Islam and as well as traditional and cultural values. Okay. And the Tcam policy designing, planning, in GCC and UAE was the actually outcome of the increasing aspiration of both government and the citizens of the country. So year 2002, we saw the birth of the traditional complementary and alternative medicine unit in the Ministry of Health, which has mandated for the practitioner of all these systems to be licensed and comply with professional, ethical, and practical standard. The three steps, which is the actually core founding of this TCAM practices, are identification of the authorized TCAM practices, then the regulation of the TCAM services, and the integration of the TCAM practices in the main healthcare system. So these are the list of the approved TCAM system for the licensing in UAE, where it starts from acupuncture, Ayurveda, chiropractor, herbal and oriental medicine, homeopathy, naturopathy, osteopathy, traditional Chinese medicine, and of course, Unani medicine as well, which were introduced for the licensing in 2002. And since then, the licensing and the examinations are being conducted for all these practitioners from around the world. Okay. So going for the evaluation process, the eligibility has to be determined in the first step. If I'm going to apply for a licensing in UAE to practice, and they would look upon whether the uh, any of these when I'm applying, whether my qualification does fall in any of these stream which are mentioned, which are recognized, which are recognize acupuncture, Ayurveda, and all those things. And then I would be registered in the system for the examination. Yeah. So the examination process has a theory and the oral. And once I do get through those exams, then an evaluation or the passing certificate is granted, where I would be then processing from this evaluation step to get license from either from the DHA, which is the Dubai Health Authority, or the Ministry of Health itself, or Department of Health, which is controlling the Abu Dhabi. Examination process consists of the parts, as I mentioned earlier. Once registered in the system, applicant has to upload the documents such as qualification, experience, license, and the good standing. And these documents are sent for the data flow agency, which is a verifying agency authorized worldwide over to verify the authenticity of the documents. And once the verification is complete and is a positive, then the applicant is assigned an exams. Uh, the two components are written and the oral. The written is based on the clinical medicine, which is comprised of case history, scenarios, investigations, public health, and general medicine questions. And once I am able to pass the written exam, then I am moved towards the oral component, which is based on an applicant ability to examine the patient, understand and diagnose the case, knowledge of limitations, and knowledge of UE scope of practice. Currently, see, since 2002, around 400 practitioners have successfully registered in UAE, and Unani practitioners are almost 43 in number and spread all over UAE. Apart from it, I would also say, unfortunately, there are some unregistered unethical practitioners do try to enter the country and practice illegally. But once they get caught, they face severe punishment from the law enforcement agencies. There is a small SWOT analysis has been done as far as the Unani practice and scope is concerned in UAE. In case of strength or opportunities, it can play a major role in healthcare industry. A strength for wellness through complementary sciences is increasing. Potential to grow simultaneously if presented in vigorous manner along the side of other IU systems. The UAE population is growing rapidly, so the healthcare industry is felt there is a constant void there. And when it comes to the healthcare services in government or private sectors, so provides a unique opportunity. Now, talking about the weakness, the adaptability and understanding of the Unani system is a bit little challenging aspect due to its unique philosophy where local population is only aware of conventional system of medicine, or either they are using the homemade preparation of herbal formulations, yeah, which have been used through the generations. And the another factor which is hampering the growth of Unani medicine is the non-availability of the Unani drugs. Okay, which have not been able to keep up the pace with the other pharmaceutical industries like the allopathics or even the Ayurveda, which has grown tremendously here in the region. And we have very healthy competition from Ayurveda, homeopathy, Chinese medicine, and of course the chiropractor and osteopath practitioners as well. Those who have established their practices in the country. Yeah. So to prosper among them is a challenging fact. Yeah, but definitely, everything comes with a positive note, so it reflects us to present as an investment opportunity. uh, of course, the financial risk is there, so that's why the investment has dampened the spirit. There is a problem in the investment currently in the country because in this sector, so they want to go towards the more of the allopathic side or other or Ayurveda or other herbal medicine preparation side, the pharmaceutical industries, rather than the Unani specifically itself. Uh, See, the vision of the UAE is the health for all. So, because of this, currently the scenario is as such that where we applicant has to travel to UAE for the return in the oral component. So we are trying to negotiate with a company called Prometric, which is a US government based company, and which is conducting the exams for the conventional system of medicines. Also to deliver the exams written component all over the world through their network in those countries. Yeah, so examination process will be online, inshallah, very soon, so that the Unani practitioners can take the written component there itself. The things are going on very smoothly. The legislations are being worked out. Okay. As such, as I mentioned, about the Unani opportunities, so it definitely has a scope for the Unani education in the country. Currently, there are 7 medical colleges and dental colleges, 5 pharmacy colleges, and around 9 schools of nursing. But there exists no Unani college or university. There are some unrecognized, non-accredited institutes that offer the courses in Tcam specialties, but have no affiliation with Ministry of Higher Education and Scientific Research. So the role of the respective governments as concerned with the government of India, Ayush, which is has done a very tremendous job by opening the separate ministry. Okay, so it can play an active role by opening the Ayush or Unani centers in UAE, as well as collaboration with the Ministry of Health and Prevention and the local authorities to facilitate the process of such centers by offering the chairs in universities. As I mentioned, there are 7 medical universities over here, so they can have a chair in the local universities through the Ayush. And establishing a Unani chair would be beneficial for the local population as well as for the growth of the Unani system. So, UA is determined to see the growth of TCAMs. The job opportunities currently at present are limited because the government hospitals were considered earlier to open up the facilities, but because of the economic slowdown all over the world, and UA also was affected, so the idea was dropped. So currently, all the practitioners of let it be of Unani, Ayurveda, Chinese, or acupuncture, they are all practicing in private sector. They have their own clinics, or they are working in the medical centers, or they are working in some of the hospitals as well as, but these are all private sectors. The government is yet to open this and yet to accommodate them into the main healthcare system. But I'm sure, inshallah, as the progress would go on, it will happen surely. So, as you know, because the evidence-based medicine is the mantra nowadays, so the clinical interaction of research in Unani medicine is vital to our progress. And I think so such congress which is taking place will definitely help to propel Unani medicine in this region. This is a small statistical data of the Tcam practitioner where you can see the homeopaths have outnumbered everyone. Yeah, more than around 160 to 170. Ayurveda followed by Chinese chiropractors and the Unani. You can see the Unani stands here around 40, in between 40 and 50. The reason behind is this, that because everyone is aware that the Unani system is mostly in a practice in the Indian subcontinent, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, or you can see some of the practitioners in South Africa or Iran or Uzbekistan and all that. So the people, those who are appearing for the exams in Unani system are less as compared to the homeopaths and the Ayurveda or the Chinese medicine. As well as the Unani system is facing competition from the cupping therapist, hijama therapist also, because the hijama is considered to be as an integral part of the day-to-day life of Arab region. So, and the practices has been going on since generations to generations. So, it is very difficult to convince that that cupping is also part of the Unani. And now the legislation has come where the Unani practitioners can practice cupping directly without appearing for another exam for cupping. If I'm able to register myself as a Unani practitioner in UAE, I can do both Unani herbal practice as well as the cupping practice. This is what exactly is the current scenario. It definitely requires an attention from the Unani practitioners all over the world, Unani system of regulators all over the world, and WHO to convince the UAE government to take up the Unani system into a more higher level. The universities which are like Jamia Hamdard, Aligarh Muslim University, or other universities should take up with the UAE government to start the courses, or should to join up with the other universities over here, like the Sharjah University, which is a very big university in the Gulf region and has an established very good medical school. So they can have an interaction with them to start of Unani system over here in the medical school itself. There are enormous opportunities here, but I think so. It requires an interaction at the level of government. As
Dr. Sir, can you please sum up? Dr. Sab, can you please
Yeah,
sum
sure,
up? We are
sure.
running out of the time, please.
Yeah, yeah, I'm almost done, sir. So it's as such, Unani as an investment. I earlier mentioned there is a market for the herbal drugs which stands $430 million per year in UAE. So with reference to the current strategy in UAE, its real theoretical and conceptual framework. Much less attention is there with respect to job opportunities, so requires building of strategies for creating jobs for Unani healthcare professionals through investment in the form of clinic, hospital, medical centers, and integrative centers. And there is a message for Unani pharma industries, those who are sitting or listening to me in India and other places, kindly come up and try to establish the Unani medicine, get registered your Unani medicine, which are already registered in India and other parts of the world, where there is a reasonably good market over here. Okay, there is no shortcut. Of course, there is a process of legislation is there for registration of these medicines. But nowadays, the drug control authorities have eased out the process instead of a year long. It just takes 3 months. If I come over here and establish to want to do the business in any of the medical products, I can do within 3 months of establishing this. Yeah. So there is an enormous opportunities. I request the Unani pharmaceutical industries to pay attention to this. Don't look for the shortcut and short this thing. Just try to come here. How the Ayurveda has prospered over here. How other system have prospered. There is an opportunity for Unani also to prosper. I conclude here my sincere gratitude to all the CCRM officials and a special regards for Dr. Nasim Ali Khan for his guidance and leadership. Thank you one and all. I was not able to present as it used to be because of the shortage of the time, but I hope that the message has reached the people that UAE stands, UAE is looking for you, and we are very much here to support you as a government official. Whatever in my capacity I'll be able to do, I will be able to. I will come forward and do it, inshallah. Very much thanks. Thank you very much once and all. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sab. Now,
Thank you
our
very much.
next speaker is Dr. Umedekon Elutesheva. She is a candidate of Medical Sciences, Assistant Professor of the Department of Pharmacology, Dean of the Faculty of Dentistry, Avicenna Tajik State Medical University, Tajikistan. She is author of 115 scientific articles, 2 licenses, and rationalization proposal and 15 educational guide. She has participated in several international conferences in Tajikistan as well as in the countries nearer and far abroad, which includes New Delhi, Russia, Kazakhstan, and then in Kazakhstan at various places, and also in Uzbekistan and in other countries also. Now, may I request Dr. Umid Khan to proceed her lecture. Ma'am, kindly adhere to the time because the sincere request we are making due to the shortage of time because we have to make the next session also to initiate. That's why please adhere to the time and over to Dr. Umid Khan. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I want to express my gratitude to organizers of this conference for the opportunity to speak at this conference, and especially thanks for Professor Asim Ali Khan and dear Dr. Ghazala Jared. And you can see my presentation?
Yeah, we can see your lecture, ma'am. We can see your presentation. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. The problems of prevention and treatment of diabetes mellitus is one of the most important problems of the modern pharmacology. And as know, diabetes is chronic disorders that is characterized in hyperglycemia, hyperlipidemia, with alteration of protein, carbohydrates, and fat metabolism. Consequently, it can lead to renal failure, atherosclerosis, nerve damage, blindness, and coronary heart disease. It's also known as the 5th leading cause of death. And now for currently available therapy for diabetes includes insulin and other different oral hypoglycemic agents such as sulfonylureas, metformin, glucose inhibitors, and others. But these all synthetic hypoglycemic drugs have side effects as hypoglycemia, nausea, GI discomfort, maybe anorexia, anemia, and other side effects. And sorry. A lot of research work has been carried out on some medicinal herbs, and they have been found to have definite action on the nerves, circulatory, respiratory, digestive, and urinary systems, as well as the sexual organs to skin, vision, hearing, and taste. And also, there are numerous types of glucose-lowering drugs, synthetic antidiabetic effect, but results of treatment is this patients is it's no perfect. So many treatments that include the use of medicinal plants are suggested and enjoyed. Our country, Republic of Tajikistan, has a large stock of medicinal plants that contain biological active substances such as essential oils, flavonoids, polyphenols, inulin, and others. And these biological active substances have a wide spectrum, broad spectrum of pharmacological action such as hypoglycemic, hypolipidemic, angioprotective, anti-inflammatory effects. And benefits of medicinal plants is a wide range of pharmacological actions, less toxic, long-term use without significant side effects, good combination with synthetic drugs. This allows their use in everyday ambulatory practice, especially for the treatment of middle or old age patients. In this regard, the development of effective herbal and herbs that have antidiabetic effects, one of the important problems of modern pharmacology, and as results for the most promising medicinal plants having 70 industrial reserve and our country we selected to the following plants. Valeriana officinalis, Hypericum perforatum, Oreganum vulgare, Mentha piperide. On the basis of the above mentioned plant species, Chorduri was developed. The aim of our study was to investigate the anti-diabetic effects of herbal collection in the experiment, and the materials our experiment was species Chordoru, species arfazitin, and experimental animals. Our experiments were performed in non-linear white rats, and the aim of the study was study the effect of collection Chordoro on blood sugar levels in experimental models of hyperglycemia. Experimental animals were divided in 4 series: intact, control, experimental series. These animals who treated with Chordoro, and 4th group experimental 2, but treated with infusion arfazetin. The pharmacological action of the collection was studied on the model of Alaxan diabetes, which was caused of single subcutaneous injection of Alaxan hydrate at the dose of 100 milligram per kilogram of body weight to rice. First group animals are intact. A second control group were treated intragastric with distillate water at the rate of 5 ml body weight. Third, these experimental animals were treated intragastrointestinal with species Chordoru at the dose of 5 ml kg body weight of the weight. And first experiment animals two were treated with species alpha-zetine at the dose of 5 ml to body weight. Results and discussion. The collection, sorry. As can be seen from the diagram, the collection of Chorduru significantly reduces of concentration of glucose in the plasma, and we study effectivity this species Chorduru in lipid profile, and collection Chorduru significantly reduces of concentration of low dentistry lipoproteins and cholesterols, which are atherogenic, and increases the level of high dentistry lipoproteins, which are non-atherogenic or anti-atherogenic effects. Conclusion: the collection of Chordorin effectively eliminates the insulin resistance, which allows us to recommend it for treatment insulin resistance, for treatment insulin non-dependence, or to second type of diabetes, as well as to treatment of metabolic disorders. Thank you so much for attention.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your wonderful lecture. Now, I thank all the experts who delivered their lecture in this scientific session too. Professor Abdul Manan, Dr. Raisuddin, Dr. Saifullah, and Dr. Medkon. Once again, I thank you to all the speakers and also the audience who were patiently listening these wonderful lectures. Due to the shortage of the time, we are not allowing the question session, but however, whoever is having any sort of a doubt, they can communicate to the organizers, and then it can be passed on to the speaker so that you can get the information, or rather the, if any questions that can be cleared. So with this, I am concluding this session too. Thank you to all the organizers, the DG CCRUM and all the organizers here and my co-chair. Thank you, and with this, we are closing the session too.
एक मिनट आप वेट कीजिए आइए
Yes, sir, sure.
But without mic, they may not be able to listen.
Is this working?
No, otherwise what I was told by the organizer is that you can communicate to the organizers so that they can pass on to them, rather, okay? Because we are already, listen. We are already shortage of the time of 15 minutes. We have to start the next session, please. No, it's all right. I have seen your questions also in the first session. Please wait. You can pass on to the organizers, no issue, okay? Thank you very much.
We would extend our acknowledgement and gratitude to all the speakers for your estimable words and experiences. Thank you for being with us.
May I now request Dr. Jamal sir to present the memento as a token of appreciation to Dr. GVR Joseph sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much. This concludes our first scientific session. We are shortly heading to our second scientific session shortly.
The theme for our fourth scientific session is diet and nutrition. An important component for improving immunity in Unani medicine, and to grace this occasion, we have with us
Dr. Naveed Nazir Shah, sir, will join us shortly. for the second scientific session. Thank you.
This occasion, we have with us
Dr. Naveed Nazir Shah, Head Chest Medicine, Srinagar. Sir is currently Professor and Head Department of Pulmonary Medicine, GMC, Srinagar. Done his MBBS and MD in Pulmonary Medicine from Jawaharlal College, AMU. Has a teaching experience of 19 years. Has initiated DNB and MD courses in Pulmonary Medicine in GMC, Srinagar.
Sir has authored 60 research publications, supervised 20 MD students, has been awarded many fellowships like European Respiratory Society Fellowship in International Pulmonology. Recently, he was awarded the prestigious JNK Award for his commendable public service in COVID pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Naveed Nazir Shah.
May I now request Dr. Farooq Naqshbandi sir to be our next chairperson. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Farooq Naqshbandi sir.
Dr. Farooq, sir, is MS Government Unani Hospital, Srinagar. Dr. Kalam to present the bouquet to Dr. Naveed Nazir Shah.
May I now request Dr. Kalam to present bouquet and welcome Dr. Farooq Naqshbandi, sir. May I request the chairpersons to please carry the proceedings of the session.
Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to all of you. I would like to thank the organizers who gave me an opportunity to be a part of this program. So the theme for the present session is diet and nutrition. As we all know that a healthy individual is basically a person who has physical, social and mental well-being. And physical and mental social well-being is always there only when we have a good nutritional status. So we have speakers here. It gives me immense pleasure to call Professor Mohammad Anwar Saab, Chairman Department of Unani Medicine, Aligarh Muslim University. I have myself been a student of AMU, so it gives me immense pleasure to call somebody from my alma mater. Professor Mohammad Anwar Saab is presently working as chairman in Aligarh Muslim University. He has rendered his services in various reputed organizations like Jamia Hamdard, National Institute of Unani Medicine before this. He has done his BMS in 1989 and MD in 1993 from Aligarh Muslim University itself. He was awarded the University Medal for Excellence in Studies. He has guided about 21 postgraduate students of Unani Medicine till now. So he has till now published around 75 research papers in national and international journals of repute and has been a part of various scientific and research committees at the national level. He has also participated in the and also involved in designing of syllabus of UG and PG curriculum of Unani medicines. He has been awarded the Hakim Ashraf Global Award in 2019 by Hakim Ashraf Memorial Society, Hyderabad. He has also received awards like Best Teacher Awards in Clinical Research and Lifetime Achievement Awards as Best Academicians by Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. I welcome Professor Mohammad Anwar Saab, who will be delivering a talk on nephroprotective diet and nutrition.
Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yeah, please proceed.
Yes, please.
Please proceed.
Screen is showing here?
Yeah.
Screen is visible?
GG, everything is fine, please. You are audible to audience.
At the outset, I am very much thankful to the organizers of this international conference on dietetics, on diet and nutrition in Unani medicine, on occasion of the Unani Day celebration 2022. I am very much thankful to the organizers, particularly Professor Asim Ali Khan, Director General, Central Council for Research in Unani Medicine, for giving me this opportunity for this deliberation. Now my topic little bit changed, as I have informed the organizers that the holistic approach of management of metabolic syndrome with reference to Unani dietetics. So please correct it. And why I have chosen this topic? Because metabolic syndrome is the new disease entity which is not mentioned in Unani literature, but the diseases covers under the entirety of the metabolic syndrome, like diabetes mellitus, like obesity, like hypertension, that is mentioned in Unani literature. And basically, this disease is directly related to the imbalance of the diet. So that is why I have chosen this topic, because this disease can be prevented by adopting the principles of Unani dietetics. And Unani dietetics is very rich in the literature because so many books are written In the past, Kitabul Agziya wal Adwiya, one of the important book and the ancient book, and even in Al Qanun Fiqh and in the Career Razi book, that is Al Habi Fiqh, a separate chapter and separate section is there for the treatment and management of the diseases. But anyway, as metabolic syndrome is not mentioned, but this is the new disease entitled that should be treated in Amraze Dair Mudavina. And but the disease comes under this syndrome are widely mentioned in Unani literature and that can be treated and prevented with the Unani dietetics. That is why I have chosen this topic. And as we all know, the Unani system of medicine is the recognized system of medicine, and world is looking forward because of bird is attracted toward its potential. A number of lifestyle diseases are mentioned in Unani medicine, including its prevention and management, although metabolic syndrome is a new disease entitled, but the concept is present in Unani medicine. And Ilaj with Tadbir can provide better solution in the form of dietary management and lifestyle modification through moderation and modification in Asbab. And these are the common lifestyle issues, emerging and burning issues, and what is uh, looking toward its management, because the non-communicable diseases and management of non-communicable diseases and lifestyle diseases is a challenge of today's world. And the number one is the metabolic syndrome, obesity, diabetes, hypertension, hyperlipidemia. Both all diseases are mentioned in Unani literature that comes under the category of metabolic syndrome, and some other diseases like atherosclerosis, heart disease, stroke, liver cirrhosis, cancer, and obstructive pulmonary disease is also mentioned in Unani books. Nowadays the prevalence of disease is reaching alarming proportion. I'm not going to the detail of the prevalence of the lifestyle disease. And coming to the topic, directly coming to the topic, how to manage the metabolic syndrome. And for the management of metabolic syndrome, Unani medicine offers various regimens, including Ilaj bil Ghiza, that is most important. The theme of this 2 days conference is on Unani dietetics. Of course, Riyazat and Munzi Nusrat therapy, beach therapy, massage therapy, and so many interventions are there. And a large, even though there are large number of Unani drugs which causes the cardioprotective, hypolipidemic, hypoglycemic, and anti-hypertensive and antioxidant properties that can be given for the prevention of the metabolic syndrome. And the inclusive utilization of treatment modalities, a great potential in the lifestyle disorder management, including metabolic syndrome. And the basic modalities which are present in the system of medicine, that is Ilaj bil Ghiza, Ilaj bil Tabir, Ilaj bil Dawa, and Ilaj bil. And the Ilaj bil Ghiza and the what is the Ilaj bil Tabir? That is the nothing. This is the moderation in Asbab Sitta Zaruriya. And everybody knows what are the 6 essential factors of the Asbab Sitta Zaruriya. I am not going to the detail because, but I will emphasize on the 2 factors. That is Maqul Mashu and Harkat Sukun Badin. And the Maqul Mashu, one of the important, which is because of overnutrition and the number of the diseases can occur, diabetes, hyperlipidemia, and ischemic heart disease, and of course, liver disorders, and most importantly, non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. And Harkat Sukun Badni, that is physical activity, is mentioned in Unani literature, and what type of exercise should be done, what Harkat is essential for activation of the innate energy, and Sukun is necessary to save the body temperament. And there's a not for the benefits of exercise, I'm not going to the detail, but because of physical activity, a number of the diseases can happen, and the most importantly, hyperlipidemia, hypertension, obesity, atherosclerosis, etc. And the basic cause, to develop this metabolic syndrome and lifestyle disease, the basic cause is because of bad dietary options, lack of adequate exercise, poor exposure, disruption in the biological clock, poor lifestyle choices, and increase in sedentary lifestyle, decrease in physical activity. That is nothing but it is the imbalance in the Asbab Sitta, that is Maqul Mashu. And what is metabolic syndrome? Metabolic syndrome is a clinically useful tool to identify the people risk of diabetes, cardiovascular disease. It indicates the cumulative exerted by the abdominal obesity, hyperglycemia, high triglyceride level, and high density lipoprotein and cholesterol. And what is the chain? What is the relation with the asbab sitta that is directly related to the makul mashrub and category, and that will result in behavioral disorder, that is physical inactivity and overnutrition, which causes metabolic syndrome, and that is the important cause of the outcome of the disease is diabetes, hypertriglyceridemia, and hypertension and obesity. And metabolic syndrome is nothing but it is a pre-diabetes condition, pre-hypertension condition, overweight, and hyperlipidemia. And there is a central obesity, hypertension, hypertriglyceridemia, hyperglycemia, and low in high density lipoprotein. But although the metabolic syndrome is not mentioned in Unani medicine, but it should be put under the category of Amrasya Vaidya Mudavina, and it can be easily correlated with the concept of diseases present in Unani literature, that the Mufrad is present. Unani defined in the Unani literature that can be correlated with the central obesity. Dusum Aslam is mentioned in Unani literature that can be correlated with the hypertriglyceridemia. Zabitat Shukri is mentioned in Unani that can be correlated with hyperglycemia. And Imtalab Hasbilavia is present in literature that can be correlated with hypertension. So with this, there is a concept can be treated under the category of Dovina, and the metabolic syndrome can be managed with that on the basis of principles of Unani system of medicine. As per diagnostic criteria for the metabolic syndrome, only 4-5 criteria are there. If the abdominal obesity is more than 40 inches and in male and 35 inches in female, serum triglyceride level more than 150, serum HDL cholesterol less than 50, and blood pressure is more than 130, and fasting blood glucose level 100 milligram. If it is present in any patient, it should put under the category of metabolic syndrome. Then there are number of complications associated with the obesity and metabolic syndrome, and how to prevent this metabolic syndrome, and what is the concept behind the medicine. That is basic approach of Unani medicine. Unani is Ilaj bil Ghiza. Dietotherapy and is the Vyasa therapy. Third is the intervention of the Ilaj bil Tadbir, and fourth is Ilaj bil Dawa. The goal of treatment is to prevention starts at the time when the pre-hypertension is there, pre-diabetes is there, grade 1 obesity is there, and triglyceride is more than. At that time, you will start management. And the non-pharmacological management, that is the DASH diet, dietary approach to the stop hypertension. This is nothing but it comes under the category of Unani classics, dietetics, that is Zai Latif and Kalilut Tafziya. There is regular exercise, weight reducing, tadabir, reduce the salt and reduce the fat diet, divide the harmful habits. And if we lost only modify our lifestyle, reduce our weight, increase physical activity, reduce the salt intake, stop and limit the intake of food, fats and cholesterol, and limit the alcohol intake, that we can prevent an early stage. And what we should do for the reduction of the weight, that is the reduction, the calorie restriction, and increase physical activity and behavioral modifications. Only for modification of the lifestyle, we can reduce our blood pressure up to some extent. In Unani, there is a concept of Ghiza. We should use the Ghiza Saleh, that should mean Ghiza Latif or Rafiq, restriction in the food intake, cut down the intake of fat, good protein should be used in the diet, more fibrous diet, green leafy vegetables, oil should be like alive groundnut, mustard, sulfur should be consumed, eat 3 once a week, and eat more than 400 grams per day. In Unani medicine, any modified diet separately or as an adjuvant of are also used for the treatment of various diseases. These diets have been mentioned in several Unani pharmacopoeias. I will give some examples. One of the important modified diet, that is barley diet. It is very useful, and it is considered the most beneficial diet. Hippocrates has mentioned 10 properties of the barley diet. It is a low caloric and very much effective in reducing body weight, in reducing blood cholesterol level, and in reducing blood pressure. And the maul asl, honey water is very important that can be used. And maul asl also contains some herbal drugs like the Unani drug, like the ginger, sagi, saffron, and jaggery. It is prepared by the boiling of the water with the shahad and maulas. And also maul jubn, one of the important modified diet which has potential to strengthen the immune system and also against the cancer. And it is dependent in the Unani. It is, can be used as a Unani nutraceutical. Similarly, secondamine is one of the important modified diet, it is mentioned in Unani, that is useful in the burning out of the time. It expels safra, balgam, and it acts as an emetic in hot water and generally prepared by boiling 1 part and 3 part of the honey and sugars. And Mount Fawake, when bound Bukul can be used in the metabolic syndrome. It is rich in the vitamins, minerals, and also effective in the treatment of the anemia and also hyperlipidemia and also in the metabolic syndrome. Honey asal khalis can be also given in the patients as well as the dates that is honey. It is mentioned as a Ghiza in Unani. It is rich in the carbohydrate, fibers, potassium, magnesium, copper, and it has rich in flavonoids and carotenoids. It can be used in the iron deficiency anemia. Satavar is one of the important drug that can be used. Also, blueberry, I'm not going to the date name. Satavar, blueberry, gajar, that is pomegranate, rumman, apple, that is mentioned, broccoli, beetroot, that is plum. Also, tomato is used in dietary supplementation, onion, salmon fish, crab seed extract, garlic, black seed oil, लोगों ने कहा, rich in omega-3 fatty acid, magnesium, potassium, fibers, and protein. It reduces the blood cholesterol and triglycerides. And avoid the saturated fat and use the monosaturated fat, that is PUFA, and avoid the polysaturated fat, that is PUFA. And as per rule, energy, consume 10% energy from the saturated fat, consume 2% energy from trans fat, eat fish at least once in a week, eat 400 grams of vegetables and fruit, limit salt consumption. And this is the dietary recommendation which is the Apollo hospital recommended, that you just use meat monthly, use eat the sweet eggs in weekly, and the daily basis you should use in your diet, that is fruits, vegetables, and physical activity daily. This can be adapted in, and also advise the high fiber foods such as oats, vegetables, and beans. And Ilaj bil Riyasat is also important. Riyasat is good for the health. Riyasat increase the cardiac output. Riyasat increase the quantity and quantity of movement. And the brisk walk is the best exercise that can be applied in daily. Physical activity, no doubt, there is a tremendous role for the prevention of metabolic syndrome as well as the obesity and in the regulation of the blood pressure as well as the regulation of the diabetes, in the prevention of the pre-diabetes. And other than this, there is a pharmacotherapy. Several Unani drugs is effectively used in the prevention of the metabolic syndrome and management. Like Mukil is one of the important drugs. Zanjabil, seer, garlic, reflect के अंदर दवाखाना develop lipotype, that is nothing is seer, ginger and kundu that can be used as a hypolipidemic immediate time as a further prevention of the metabolic syndrome. Certain anti-obesity drugs are known. Experimental and clinical studies already carried out on this single drug as a Bargasuddha, Tatafas, Luke and Masood, Marzan Jos and Mukil. And some anti-diabetic drug is also used in the pre-diabetes cancer and grade, and early diabetes, that is Tokme Hulba, Guldar Buti, Magze Tokme Jam, Bargani, Hayat, Karela, and some compound formulations, that is Diaby, Dulabi, and diabetes, but it can be used in the early diabetic and pre-diabetic condition for the prevention and management of the metabolic syndrome. Some specific drug can also be used in Unani medicine, that is Aslamul Kusadawa Shifa, some Musakinal, that is Kushnis, Kahu, Asgan, diabetics, such as Magre Tukme, Kahu, Kafaza, Karkachak, and Mufakkar. and we also. So, in conclusion, metabolic syndrome can be prevented through moderation and modification of pharmacology, riyazat, and diet therapy. Unani dietetics can prevent basically diabetes, hypertension, hyperlipidemia, and premature atherosclerosis, as well as metabolic syndrome. Unani medicine can play an important role in prevention of health, particularly metabolic syndrome. In preventive cardiovascular hypertension, diabetes, and hyperlipidemia. And this is the take-home message that we should avoid the superfluous medication, avoid as far as possible. Natural means should be opted. Dietotherapy, Unani dietetics, and other health-promoting regimens that are conducive for the promotion of the health should be adopted, and adherence the six essential factors that are the prerequisite of the health. So with these words, just I am concluding my lecture, and last but not the least, that health should be the priority, and that should be and be achieved by the adaptation of the Unani principles of Asbabis Tazaruriya, Unani dietetics, Unani Riyaz therapy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Anwar Sahab, for joining us online from your institute, which is located at the Bangalore. Now our next speaker is Maria Amin Qureshi. Maria Amin Qureshi is the alumni of Medical College, Srinagar. Please. Maria,
Undoubtedly, the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic is having a devastating impact on the human race, and the contribution of health professionals in fighting this deadly outrage has been commendable. So we have with us Dr. Maria Amin Qureshi from Department of SPM GMC. Ma'am is presently working as Assistant Professor in the Department of Community Medicine, Government Medical College, Srinagar. She is actively involved in UG and PG teaching in community medicine at GMC Srinagar. During her tenure, she had published 45 national and international publications. She has also contributed a book chapter. Ma'am will speak about importance of diet during COVID times. Please welcome Dr. Maria Amin Qureshi.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I am Maria Amin Qureshi. I am presently working as Assistant Professor in the Department of Community Medicine. At the outset, I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations and gratitude to the organizers of this conference, and that too in an offline mode during this COVID pandemic. And so I will begin my talk on importance of diet in COVID times. Now it has been nearly more than 2 years since the pandemic has begun, and during these 2 years, a lot of research was conducted and is still continuing to be conducted throughout the world to understand the pathogenesis, pathophysiology, the drugs, the vaccines, and their role in prevention and management of COVID-19. And I want to say here one point that till now, there has not been a permanent or complete cure of this COVID-19, and like the allopathic medicine, the medicine from the allied, like Ayush system of medicine, Unani medicine, all the researchers from all the systems of medicine, they did a lot of research and are continuing to research and look for the cure of the disease. And At the same time, many nutritional experts, they try to find the cure for the disease, and they are continuing to find the cure of the disease. But I want to reinforce one important point here, that physical distancing and good hygiene are till now considered to be the best non-pharmacological methods for protection against the COVID-19. And so far, there has been no food or dietary supplement which has been proved to protect us, or though it is protecting but can prevent COVID-19 infection. But saying that, I don't want to undermine the role of nutrition in protecting and promoting our immune system. So it is said that maintaining a healthy diet, we can keep our immune system very strong to fight against any disease, be it viral, bacterial, or any protozoal disease. Now, it's always considered to be desirable to consume very healthy food, because healthy food is very closely and intricately related to the immune system of the body. So here I'm just, this is a slide is showing the healthy eating plate that has been advocated by the world bodies, nutrition experts, through WHO and ICMR, and even the CDC. They recommend that every individual should consume a healthy eating plate. And by this healthy eating plate, what we mean that our daily diet should be a mix of vegetables, fruits, whole grains, and healthy proteins. And in this plate, you can see that there are compartments, and the proportion of each component represents the amount of food that we should consume from each of this particular segment. So most of our diet, daily diet, mainly should be composed of food that is vegetable in origin and a mix of vegetables. Half of the daily plate should be our fruits and vegetables, of which 2/3 should be the vegetable part and 1/3 should be the fruit. Again, the colored fruits are always preferable because they are very rich in antioxidants. Then the second half of plate, you can equally divide them into 50 and 50%. So half of it should be from the whole grains, cereals, cereals mainly, which are culturally available and which are locally available and culturally sensitive. Then consumption of the healthy proteins in the form of meat, preferably white mutton, and then fish, and then we have other red meat sources that can be also consumed. So then we should have a source of healthy oil, preferably unsaturated, which contains unsaturated fatty acids, and then we should consume a lot of water daily, so that the body is freed of the toxins that are produced during the metabolic process. Now, to understand, to know the role of diet in the pandemic, we just need to go a brief into the background of the brief at the basis or the pathophysiology of the SARS-CoV-2 infection. We know by now all that SARS-CoV-2, it belongs to the family of a coronavirus, and it is among the among the RNA viruses, it has the biggest RNA genome. And the characteristics of this virus, that it has a spike protein which enables it to bind to the cells in the body. And this virus has been shown that it has a very strong affinity for the upper and lower respiratory tract infection, that are the target organs for this virus initially, and then later on the virus affects the other parts of the body in some proportion of people. So the binding of this virus to the very important specific receptor that are present in the body, that is ACE2 receptor, begins the process of pathogenesis in the human beings. And this binding enables the virus to catch hold of the human genome, and then it starts multiplying and making multiple copies of itself. And during the process of multiplication, there is an explosive immune response, beginning with the starting from the innate immunity, and then at the same time the adaptive immunity also gets sensitized, and the body responds by forming antibodies and the T cells. Now, as the virus multiplies in the body, it the process of inflammation begins, and this process, the process of inflammation, along with this, it alters the cellular balance. There is normally a balance between the production of the oxidative substances and what we call as free radicals, reactive oxygen species, that are often produced whenever there is any insult to the human body, be it a physical insult, be it a chemical insult, or be it a biological insult in the form of any bacteria, virus, or any protozoa. So this insult results in the production of various oxidative substances, free radicals, reactive oxygen species are produced by the cell. Normally, the body has a homeostatic balance. There are antioxidants that are produced by the cells themselves, and they tackle and counter the effect of these oxidants. But in case of SARS-CoV-2 infection, since there is an explosion of the virus is continuing to multiply and is killing the cells and is invading various organs of the body. There is imbalance in this production of reactive oxygen species and radicals and the antioxidant effect. So what we can achieve through the diet is that it has been seen that many research, as I said earlier, that the research that has been conducted by the nutritionists all over the world, they found that there are many food sources that provide us with these antioxidants that can counter the effect of this virus to some extent by preventing the binding of this virus to the receptor cell, by overcoming the oxidative stress that is created by the virus within the cells, and by stimulating the immune system of the body, both the innate immune, that is the first immune system, first immune response by the body whenever there is any exposure to any insult, and then later on the adaptive immune response. So beginning with the very important vitamin, that is vitamin C, we all know that is also known as ascorbic acid, and we know its role in the healing of the wounds and in the formation of collagen and in the protection that it offers against scurvy. But again, at the same time, it has been seen that vitamin C offers protection to the cell membrane, both intracellular components as well as the cellular membrane, and it plays a very important role in the immune activation. And it is considered to be a very potent antioxidant and helps in the absorption of iron also. And it also helps in neutralizing the effect of the reactive oxygen species. And as per the dietary guidelines recommended by the Indian Council of Medical Research, we have the recommended dietary allowance for vitamin C that should be the part of our daily diet. It's around 80 milligram for males and 65 milligram for females. And in case of COVID-19, the role of vitamin C has been widely investigated, and even the health professionals, they promote the use of vitamin C for offering, so that they offer some amount of protection and boost the immune system of the body. And it has been seen that this vitamin C helps in maintaining the epithelial barrier, and by virtue of its antioxidant activity and immune activation, it can offer some degree of protection in COVID-19. Though its role in other viral infections like influenza virus and Coxsackie virus has been well established, but in case of COVID-19, it has been seen that it offers some degree of protection. And that's why it's always worthwhile to consume foods which are quite rich in vitamin C, as we all know that vitamin C is present in abundant amount in the citrus fruits and then all colored fruits and vegetables. And along with its role in improving the iron absorption, it prevents anemia. Then that's how it helps in some way in COVID-19 patients also, because if they are already anemic, there is decrease in the oxygen carrying capacity, and we know COVID infection is it affects the oxygenation of the cells. So it helps in that way also, and also boosts the immune system. Then talking about the vitamin D, we all know the role of vitamin D in maintaining the calcium phosphorus balance and maintaining the bone health. But recently the role of vitamin D in immune modulation has been widely investigated, and it has been seen that vitamin D plays very crucial role in immune function, in offers some amount of protection in cancers, cardiovascular diseases, diabetes, and also helped in, it has also seen that it reduces the risk of premature death. And in immune system, it has been seen that vitamin C, it regulates both, it regulates the balance of inflammatory and anti-inflammatory markers in the cell. So there are, as I earlier said, that in SARS-CoV-2 infection, there is the immune system is activated and the body responds to production of a lot of cells, and there is inflammation. And there are many inflammatory markers, and that cause devastation in the body, and in certain individuals it may lead to death also. So this vitamin D has been shown that it inhibits these pro-inflammatory markers, and at the same time it promotes and it stimulates the production of anti-inflammatory markers. And then also it activates the immune system, it sensitizes the innate immune system, and also stimulates the production of B cells and T cells that counter the effect of the SARS-CoV-2 infection. So this is again showing the role of vitamin D in COVID-19, how it helps in COVID-19 through its antioxidant effect, through its anti-inflammatory and maintaining the balance of anti-inflammatory and pro-inflammatory cytokines and stimulating the innate cell function. So high dose of vitamin D supplementation, it's seen that it helps to decrease the incidence of all ARIs, and it has been seen that serum vitamin D also decreases the severity of SARS-CoV-2 infection and decreases the hospital stay, ICU stay, and also helps in limiting the mortality. So it is advisable to consume sufficient intake of vitamin D so that the immune system is enhanced and it can so that there is some degree of protection against the infection. So as we all know, the diet foods that are rich in vitamin D, being a steroid hormone and it's a fat soluble vitamin, so all the foods which are non-vegetable in origin, so they are rich in vitamin D. So we should try to keep up our vitamin D intake through consumption of these food items. Then zinc, it's very important mineral, second only to iron for the body, and I hope all of us might have consumed zinc during these 2 years so that we are protected against COVID-19. But anyway, everybody I think has got this infection also. So zinc has been seen that it plays a lot of functions in the body. It's a part of a coenzyme for around 300 enzymes in the body, plays many roles in performing various enzymatic reactions in the body, and its role in the immune system has been already established, and it has also plays role in maintaining the sense and taste smell. So we have seen many patients who got COVID infection, they lost their taste, and many of them complained of alteration in their taste and smell, and it was investigated and was found that it's the zinc deficiency. Zinc's role in maintaining the immunity, in maintaining the mucosal membrane integrity, and in modulating the B cell and T cell balance in the body, and also it plays role in prohibiting these free radical-induced injury and inflammation in the body. So daily recommendation as per the dietary guidelines are around 17 milligram of daily one should consume around zinc from different sources, usually we have legumes, pulses from daily food, so that we can overcome the deficiency. So this is the role of zinc that has been investigated, and literature has shown that people who have zinc deficiency, they have poor outcome in this infection, and it has been seen that zinc inhibits the multiplication of SARS-CoV-2 virus and helps in limiting its impact on the body.
We are already running short of time. Please be precise.
So its deficiency exacerbates the reduction of smell and taste in the COVID-19, and increasing the level of zinc in diet in all age could play a significant role in controlling COVID-19 disease. Similarly, vitamin E is again considered to be a very potent antioxidant and counters the effect of these free radicals, and its supplementation has been seen to reduce the respiratory tract infection. And though there is a limited information about the impact of vitamin D with COVID infection, but anyway, people are encouraged to consume vitamin E rich food, being an antioxidant. Then flavonoids, we know that these are plant-based polyphenolic compounds, and they are all antioxidant rich, and they decrease this oxidative stress on the cell and have role in anti-inflammatory and immunomodulatory role. And among the flavonoids, quercetin has it's a very known flavonoid that is very present in high concentration in the foods that we commonly consume, like onion, then green tea, apple, berries, and green leafy vegetables. And in SARS-CoV-2, it has been seen that flavonoids have been shown in vivo studies that it inhibits viral growth, inhibits ACE2 inhibitor, this receptor, and also inhibits the enzyme protease that's responsible for viral replication. So for ensuring that we consume enough of flavonoids through the diet, so it's advocated by WHO also that one should consume at least 400 grams of fruits and vegetables every day in order to obtain enough of antioxidants, which is a mix of beta-carotene, vitamin C, and flavonoids, along with vitamin E that we can get through the vegetable oil. So to sum up, it's very important for maintaining our healthy diet during COVID-19 pandemic, so that our immune system is up and we are able to fight the infection more strongly. And following this healthy eating plate habit, wherein we ensure that all the foods are taken in right proportion so that the micro as well as macronutrient deficiencies are prevented, and that can be achieved through consuming diet rich in grains and plenty of fruits and vegetables, then limiting the intake of excess of fats, sugar and salt, and continuing to practice very good food hygiene and hydrating yourself, along with maintaining coping the stress. And then other risk factors like alcohol and smoking, they need to be limited so that the immunity is not affected. So to conclude, it has been seen that there is a strong link between vitamin C, D, E, zinc and flavonoids in improving the immune system, and they offer protection to individual as well as population against developing a severe disease, which thus has an impact on the disease process itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Maria, for beautifully. I think we will take the questions at the end. So I request all the speakers to stay back till the end. We'll be taking at the end of the session. Thank you, Dr. Maria. You have beautifully illustrated the effect of nutrition on COVID. Still, it has been 2 years. We have not been able to find any treatment of COVID right now. And you have saved our skin because we have been continuously prescribing vitamin C, zinc, and vitamin D to all the patients. And I think everybody must have taken till now. So thank you very much. And you have one thing important was there. She emphasized the importance of taking vegetables and fruits during this pandemic, be it any other infection also, be it any other kind of respiratory infection. Because often we see once we get a respiratory tract infection, the fruits and vegetables are automatically stopped. So they form an important part of the diet. In fact, half of the diet, she told that should include vegetables and fruits. So thank you very much. Our next speaker will be Professor Ghiza Mohammad Ishaq Saab. He is Professor, Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences and Director, Center for Career Planning and Counseling. Professor Ghiza Saab has supervised many postgraduate and doctorate research. He has been a member of the Institutional Ethical Committee of SKIMS GMC Srinagar and has served as a member of various elite committees. He has delivered more than 110 extension lectures on various topics, and he has published more than 120 popular articles in print media. He is a peer reviewer and editorial board member of highly reputed international journals, and he has been member of various committees like member expert committee on antibiotic utilization, advisor to the price monitoring and resource unit of the drug controller organization of the state. So I welcome Professor Ghiza Saab to deliver his lecture.
Assalamu alaikum. A very good afternoon to all of you, respected chairperson, respected co-chairperson, distinguished members of the audience, dear faculty members and students. It's a matter of great honor and privilege for me to be part of this celebration of Unani Day, and over the past several years I have been a part of this, and trust me, it has been a great learning experience for me. And I wholeheartedly thank the organizers, the Unani community, for inviting me and making me a part of this celebration every year. Today I have been given the task of talking about the immunomodulation that is known as Quwwat-e Mudafiyat with Unani medicine. I'll just share. If somebody could please help me. Initially, the topic that was suggested was immunity boosting diets. That was the topic which was suggested by some of the organizers, but I had certain reservations with that because we're all technocrats, we're all scientists who base their arguments on logical evidences, on scientific evidences. And our language should also always be technical. So saying immune boosting doesn't exist in the literature. So I am a pharmacologist, and what I know is about immunomodulation, whether it is immunostimulation or immunosuppression. But therefore, I'll be using that term. So my topic of discussion will be improving immunity, that is Quwwat-e Mudafiyat with Unani medicine, nutrition, and diet. Please excuse me if there is some overlap because the topic is the same and a lot of duplication or a lot of juxtaposition of ideas is there. So, first of all, the Unani medicine is something which is based on deep philosophical insights and scientific evidence. And therefore, we should always restrict ourselves to scientific evidence whenever we speak, whatever we say, whether we say for or against anything. And Unani system of medicine has its National Institute of Unani Medicine based at Hyderabad, wherein they have been working, researching, standardizing, validating these principles on which Unani medicine is based. We know that there is this concept of temperament, mizaj, and there are different temperaments. So, based on the mizaj, this treatment varies, diet therapy varies, Ilaj bil Ghiza, Ilaj bil Tadbir. It varies from person to person. But one important good thing about Unani medicine is that it is already a personalized medicine, something which we have not been able to achieve in allopathic system of medicine. Unani is already personalized. That is, you take into consideration the individual temperament of a person, individual mizaj of a person. And at National Institute of Unani Medicine, Hyderabad, they have been researching on this aspect. First of all, to standardize whether there is really any scientific difference between individuals on the basis of temperament, and whether their transcriptomics, genomics, proteomics, and metabonomics differ on the basis of temperament. That is the first thing. Then, how do they respond to different disease states, alteration in biochemical, physiological parameters based on this temperament? And when you give a treatment, how does the treatment vary based on this temperament? All these things are being studied in depth at National Institute of Unani Medicine, Hyderabad, and based on which these principles are coming forth. So that is what actually distinguishes Unani medicine from other systems of Ayush medicine, in which, because a lot of scientific evidence is there, a lot of research and a lot of studies are going into this. So, because, here I have taken the slide, what is immunity, what are the various types. This is more for a person because I don't belong to Unani. So, I sometimes take the things back to the basics of Unani, but that is for my own learning rather than the learning of this learned audience. But we all know immunity is of two types, adaptive and innate, which was also explained by my predecessor. Then we have natural and artificial immunity, passive, active, something, which is passive is gained from the mother and active is through infection, while as passive artificial is through antibody transfer, and active immunization gives us the artificial one. So these are again the basics, the basic difference between innate and adaptive immunity. Innate is found in all forms of life, while as adaptive is found in jawed vertebrates only. Innate is the response which is immediate, non-specific. Adaptive is something which is based on the pathogen and antigen-specific response. So I will not go into more details of this, but we all know that there are 4 types of hypersensitivity reactions. Again, this is just to quickly recapitulate, because all of you have read it, studied it, taught it, so I would not go into too much of these details. But we all know that there are 4 types of hypersensitivity reactions: type 1, type 2, type 3, and type 4. And then we all know that there is something known as immunomodulation. So immunomodulation could be either immunostimulation or immunosuppression. Immunostimulation, we don't compare it, we don't say that there is boosting of immunity. Sometimes there is, actually what the diet does is balancing, supporting this immune system, restoring it to its normal level, and sometimes enhancing it. These are the terms which we can use. So immunomodulators are natural or synthetic substances that help regulate or normalize the immune system, and immunomodulators correct immune system that are out of balance. So that is the idea. Whenever there is imbalance, to put it back into balance. And this can be done by 2 means, either by immunosuppression or by immunostimulation. Immunosuppressants are the agents which suppress the immune system and are used for the control of pathological immune response in autoimmune diseases, for example, graft rejection. And immunostimulation are the agents, these are the immunostimulants are the agents which are envisaged to enhance body's resistance against infections. That is, they enhance the basal levels of immune response and in individuals which have impaired immune system. So now here we have 2 ways of gaining this. That is either by natural immunostimulants or by synthetic immunomodulators. Natural immunomodulators are less potent than the prescription immunomodulators and are less likely to cause any side effects. Though it is a myth that every drug has side effects, only difference is less side effects are here. And prescription synthetic immunomodulators, that's the medications like the cancer chemotherapeutic agents, they work by suppressing the immune system and decreasing inflammation. Therefore, the benefits of immunomodulators stem from their ability to stimulate natural and adaptive defense mechanisms such as cytokines, and a number of disorders like immunodeficiency states and autoimmune diseases, cancer and viral infections can be treated with these immunostimulant drugs. So this is the basic scientific premise on which we lay our arguments when we talk of diet as an immunomodulatory agent. So I wanted to tell you what immunity is, what are the various types, and how many hypersensitivity reactions are there, then what exactly is immunomodulation, and now we'll get into the scientific evidence which says that immunostimulants are there in Unani medicine. So these are some of the drugs which have been seen to have immunostimulant properties in Unani medicine. The common ones are amla, Amblica officinalis, Mangifera indica, aloe vera, hibiscus rosa, Punica grantum, Itis vinifera, Carica papaya, Ocimum, Ziziphus rubia. So we do preclinical studies as a pharmacologist. Whenever we establish certain pharmacotherapeutic activities to any drug, attribute such activities to any drug, we conduct preclinical studies first, then followed by the clinical trials. Here, in many of these cases, there is solid preclinical evidence, but all of them have not gone through the clinical trials. So the body of literature is there, but evidence varies from one drug to another. Similarly, there are more drugs like Kalonji is there, Nigella sativa is there, Neem is there, Zanjabil, Kat, Lasun, and then Babuna, Shahid, that is honey. Then there is Strychnus nux vomica, and Plantago major is there, Bargad is there, and we have Piper longum, Paganum, Harmala. We have Balela, Indian root, wild indigo root, Murmaki, Halela, and Darchini. So all these drugs have been studied in preclinical testing. They have been tested on animals. We have a good number of animal models available on which we can test the immunomodulatory effects of drugs. And they have been found to have this immunomodulation in preclinical studies. But what is lacking is evidence from the clinical trials on humans. And in Unani medicine, we have, Unani system, we have several compounded formulations which are thought to be immunostimulants. For example, we have Khamira abrasium, Khamira gauzaban, Khamira marwarid, Habbe jawahar, Jawari shahi, Labub kabir, Majun mukawwi, Majun arad kurma, and Maul laham. Several types of waters and juices which were discussed by Dr. Anwar in the first presentation also are there. So that means immunity can be improved, it can be restored to its balance. If it is out of balance, it can be enhanced by these immunostimulants and by the innate quwwate mudabbira. Quwwate mudabbira is the power of self-preservation or adjustment, which strives to restore the normal physiological function within the limits prescribed. So this again is a principle ingrained in the Unani system of medicine, which enables a person to regain the balance of its own or through interventions. So Quwwate Mudabbira is a very important concept in the Unani system. And great reliance is placed on this power. The aim of the physician is to help and develop rather than to supersede or impede the action of this power. So the word here is, the physician is not trying to supersede or impede this power. He is only trying to help and develop it and restore its balance. And the consequence of this philosophy is that by the use of Unani drugs, not only is the system enabled to overcome the present disturbances by dint of its intrinsic power, but it also recovers with great power the resistance against future disturbances. So it gives, we have studied earlier, we have T cells and B cells, we have memory cells. So for future also, it remains there in the body, in the system, and it helps the person whenever he is in need of any such improvement of immunity. And the immunomodulatory agents therefore can enhance the immunological responsiveness of any individual by interfering with this regulatory mechanism. And this this mudabira can be of great help, one of the important therapeutic strategies to increase body's natural resistance and help to restore the normal health. And this will be achieved by using various drugs mentioned as invigorators or tonics, mukaviyat, in Unani classical literature. So in the interest of time, I'll just show you some of those drugs and these nutrients which have been studied very well. In fact, I had modified my presentation, but somehow the old presentation which was mailed earlier has come over here. The modified one has not reflected here, because in that one, I had shown the various diets and nutrients which have been studied in depth with scientific evidence and have been shown to modulate immune system. But some of the herbal drugs which have been very well studied include ashwagandha, Withania somnifera. A lot of studies have been done on Withania somnifera. Then, for example, this study, the studies on immunomodulatory activity by Ramesh Agarwal and the one by Limol Davis, published in the Journal of Ethnopharmacology. Many of these publications have come in high-impact international journals. It's not that they have come in any kind of predatory journals. They have appeared in high-impact international journals of repute, and so obviously they will be based on sound, logical, scientific evidence. So then is another drug, most of these formulations which they use, they have these ashwagandha, tinospora, cordifolia, that is the giloy, and many other ingredients. So giloy again has been found to have the immunomodulatory effect, and there are several papers, several publications in support of this. For example, this one in Phytotherapia and another one in the Journal of Ethnopharmacology. The studies have clearly shown that there is good level of immunomodulation. And third drug is the amlaki, that is the Phyllanthus amblica, which is very rich source of vitamin C. As has been discussed earlier, vitamin C, D, E, and zinc have been, promising agents. So actually, these medicinal plants are rich sources of these very nutrients. That's why they are showing good immunomodulatory effect. And amlaki is very rich in vitamin C. Then we have Muletti, Glycyrrhiza glabra. The major phytoconstituent reported in this drug is glycyrrhizin, which is a very promising candidate in inhibiting replication of the SARS-associated virus. Another one is Kalmega and Tulsi. Tulsi, yes, very well studied, thoroughly studied, Ocimum sanctum. And Tulsi, also known as the holy basil, is regarded as the mother medicine of nature. It shortens the course of all illnesses and has been found to be effective in immunomodulation also. Then we have Punarnava and Pipali, Piper longum, and we have Swarna Prashna, and we also have this, there was this unfortunate incident, I would say, of Ayush Kot, which was labeled as immune boosting, and several claims were made. So here I brought this slide only to emphasize that Unani medicine is based on sound scientific principle and deep philosophical insight. So we should never attempt to exaggerate, and we should never attempt to make any false claims, which of course has not been done in Unani so far. But in Ayush system, there was a lot of criticism to this Ayush Kot, which was claiming to have the cure against COVID-19. Because in COVID-19, the counterclaim was that there is a cytokine storm. So immune system is already hyperstimulatory. You don't need to stimulate it any further. So if you are claiming that this formulation is stimulating it any further, how is it going to help when the immune system is already under fire? There is a cytokine storm, it is already overstimulated. So, then it came under the scanner of the Ayush ministry. There were, guidelines issued and alerts issued that they should stop it. And they were clearly told not to give any such exaggerations. So in Unani medicine, some of these drugs have been studied very well, but they need to be taken further to the clinical trial stage, and they need to be tested, standardized, validated through scientific evidence, scientific studies. Then only these are the models which can be used, which are used in preclinical studies, that is for testing the immunomodulatory effect, that is neutrophil adhesion test, carbon clearance test, heme agglutination test, cyclophosphamide-induced neutropenia, mice lethality test, humoral. So we have a battery of models and battery of tests which can be used to test the immunomodulatory effects of drugs or food substances or nutrients. So these need to be used and utilized to establish which drugs are having the right kind of immunomodulatory effect which can be projected and which can be taken to the clinical trial stage so that it can be put to translational use. Because whatever study, whatever research we do, it should have some translational value. Unless it doesn't have a translational value, it is of no use. It should be used in the humans, and it should give some benefit to the humankind. Therefore, our research has to be logical, need-based. It should be relevant, contextual, and translational. So to conclude, I would say that strength of scientific evidence generated from the preclinical studies for immunomodulatory activity of various individual ingredients of Ayurvedic and Unani formulations is quite strong. A lot of preclinical studies have been done and got published. But the strength of scientific evidence generated from clinical studies of immunomodulatory activity of various individual ingredients of Ayurvedic and Unani formulations, as well as whole drugs, is not strong enough. Therefore, more randomized, double-blinded, controlled clinical trials need to be conducted for generating stronger scientific evidence that will pave way for use in different conditions that need immune modulation. So that is the final thought with which I'll be concluding my presentation. And at the end, I thank you all once again for the invitation. Thank you very much.
So, keeping in the paucity of time, I will go straight away to the next speaker, which is Dr. Shabir Ahmed Pare. Dr. Shabir Ahmed Pare has completed his BMS from Ajmal Khan Tibia College, Aligarh Muslim University. He has also completed his MD in Ilm Adiyah, which is pharmacology, and he has also done postgraduate diploma in hospital management. He has published 53 papers and review articles. He has also completed training on care, breeding, and management of laboratory animals at Nimhans, Bangalore, and has also worked on the herbarium techniques and foundation for revitalization of local health traditions. He is also the member of the scientific committee and editorial board of many reputed journals. I would request Dr. Shabir Ahmed Pare to give his valuable presentation.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. First of all, I am very thankful to organizing committee who give me an opportunity to talk with you on Ilaj bil Ghiza, an important mode of treatment in Unani system of medicine. So far, we have listened modern aspect of diet and its role in our health. Now, I will talk wholly and solely Unani philosophy. What's the Unani philosophy on Ghiza, on Ilaj bil Ghiza? In this section, we will discuss need of Ghiza, Unani concept of Ghiza, categorization and philosophies behind the Ghiza, general principles, and so on. First of all, it may be asked a question, why we need a Ghiza? हमें गिजा की जरूरत क्यों है? According to Unani system of medicine, there is continuously fallow infall in our body, action and reaction, जिसकी वजह से जिस्म में मुख्तलिफ किस्म की तहलीलात होती है. And according to Unani system of medicine, जो असबाब کسی مرض یا صحت کو برقرار رکھنے کے لیے ضروری ہے ان کو کیٹیگرائز کیا جاتا ہے اسباب ستہ ضروریہ. اسباب ستہ ضروریہ میں جو سیکنڈ پورشن ہے دیٹ از معقول و مشروب, کھانا اور پینا. عموماً we thought about مشروب that it means water, it means پانی, لیکن ایسا نہیں ہے. حالانکہ زندگی کو قائم و دائم رکھنے کے لیے ہمیں پانی کی ضرورت ہے, اٹ از اے بیسک نیڈ. لیکن جب ہم ان دا ٹرمز آف یونانی فلاسفی بات کرتے اٹ مینس آل سارٹس آف ڈرنکس. تو ربن تبری کی آپ کتاب اگر دیکھیں گے, فردوس الحکمت یا ابن رشد کی کتاب الکلیات, انہوں نے وہاں واضح کیا ہے کہ وائی وی نیڈ غذا. جب ہم غذا اس لیے ضرورت پڑتی ہے کہ باڈی میں فعل و انفعال, ایکشن اینڈ ریئیکشنز ہیپنز دیئر کنٹینیوسلی. دیٹ از وائی وی نیڈ ٹو ریپلنش دیٹ تحلل. One more concept that is being postulated by Unani scholars or Unani Atiba, that Ghiza is bilquwa mushabat al-jism. Ghiza jo hai wo potentially, it is potentially mashaba, it is potentially related to jism. یعنی جب potentially, اس میں ساری potentialities ہے. اس کی بات ایسی ہے جیسے اگر آپ میرے جسم سے ایک سیل نکالیں گے, the DNA, آپ سیل کہیں گے potentially it is actually شبیر. جب ہم ان کو انڈر پروسیس کریں گے تو دس ول جنریٹ فائنلی اے شبیر. سملرلی یونانی اطباء کہتے ہیں کہ جو غذا ہم کھاتے ہیں بالقوا اس میں جسم کے ساتھ بننے کی صلاحیت ہوتی ہے, بٹ یہ پروسیس تبھی ہوتا ہے جب بالفعل وہ جسم میں داخل ہوتا ہے. میں چونکہ ٹائم کم ہے مختصر بتاتا ہوں. اب غذا کی ڈیفینیشن جو اطباء نے لکھی ہے آپ اس پہ غور کر لیجئے. غذا وہ مادہ شے ہے جو جسم میں داخل ہو کر اور ہضم معدی و کبدی کے اثر کو قبول کر کے خون میں تبدیل ہو جائے. پلیز فوکس آن دا ہائی لائٹڈ ورڈز. پہلا جو جسم میں داخل ہو کر, دوسرا ہضم کبدی اور ہضم معدی کے اثر کو قبول کرے, اینڈ دین اٹ چینجز ٹو خون, یعنی اس کا تشابہ استعمال کرے, اور پھر یہ خون تمام اعضاء میں تقسیم ہو کر ان کی غذا بن جائے. ان کے قوام کو قائم رکھے اور اعضاء کی اعتدالی کیفیت, دیٹ از مزاج, جو اس کا مزاج ہوگا, جو اس کا آرگینک ٹیمپرامنٹ ہوگا, وہ برقرار ہے. اگر آپ کوئی بھی یونانی کتاب دیکھیں گے وہاں پر دیر از اے ریلیٹڈ ڈیفینیشن بٹوین غذا اینڈ دوا. کوئی بھی کتاب آپ اٹھا لیجئے یونانی کی کلاسیکل لٹریچر, انہوں نے کسی ایک کتاب نے صرف غذا کی تعریف نہیں کی. وین ایور دے ڈفرینشیٹ, دے کورلیٹ, دے ریلیٹڈ the two systems, two parts, دوا اینڈ غذا one by one. آخر اس کی وجہ کیا ہے؟ کیا وجہ ہے دوا اور غذا کو ساتھ ساتھ بیان کرنے کی؟ لیکن اگر آپ فلاسفی یا یونانی ٹریٹمنٹ دیکھیں گے وہاں پہ ہم دیکھتے ہیں کہ جو یونانی سسٹم آف میڈیسن میں وہاں نیچرل سورس آف ڈرگس استعمال کی جاتی ہے. ایٹ دا ٹائم آف بکرات, سکرات, ارسطو اینڈ سو آن, وہ لوگ کیا کرتے ہیں, جو ہم غذائیں کھاتے تھے ڈیلی, انہیں غذاؤں کو وہ ڈیزائرڈ ڈوز میں, ڈیزائرڈ فارم میں, ڈیزائرڈ وقت کے ساتھ کیا دوا کے طور پر استعمال کرتے تھے. اسی لیے we see that there is a one highly reputed book by Ibn Beta, Kitab al-Aghziya wal-Adwiya. He mentioned it that we cannot differentiate it. تو آپ اسے بھی اندازہ لگا سکتے ہیں, ایک عام چیز آپ کھاتے ہیں, سپوز آپ برگ کاسنی, جس کو کشمیری میں کاس ہند کہتے ہیں, کاسنی, عموماً استعمال کرتے ہیں, وی ڈو ایز اے ویجیٹیبل کھاتے ہیں. لیکن یہ ویجیٹیبل آپ روزانہ کھاتے ہیں, لیکن وین اے پیشنٹ کمز ایز اے اس کا کوئی ورم ہار کبد یا ورم کبد ہو, ہیپیٹائٹس, جانڈس ہو یا لیور پرابلم ہو, یو پرسکرائب دیٹ. آپ وہ کیا کہے گا, آج بھی وہ کہے گا یار یہ تو میں کھاتا ہوں روزانہ, اس کی سبزی بیچ بیچ میں کھاتا ہوں. لیکن آپ اسی سبزی ویجیٹیبل کو, برگی کاسنی کو, سائیکورمین ٹائبس کو کیا کرتے ہیں, ان اے ڈیزائرڈ ڈوز, in a desired form, in a desired period. 3 چیزیں, صحیح مقدار, صحیح ڈوزیج, صحیح ٹائم, صحیح وقت کے ساتھ کھلاتے ہیں. آپ اس کا مروق بناتے ہیں, آپ اس کا عرق نکالتے ہیں, آپ اس کی شربت بناتے ہیں. دس پارٹ آف غذا جو ڈیلی اس کے لیے اٹ بیکمز اے ڈرگ فار ہم. Similarly, there is another example. اب تو کم کھاتے ہیں, پہلے زمانے میں کلتھی, ابل کلت, پرس دال بہت کھاتے تھے. In the terms of Unani system of medicine, it is very beneficial for lithotripsy. یہ پتھری کو توڑنے کے لیے بہترین, one of the best drug. Dolichos biflorus. You can see research there. Many research papers have been. وہ روزانہ یا 10 دن بعد کھاتے. یہی چیز جب آپ اس کو ڈیزائرڈ ڈوز میں دیتے ہیں, ڈیزائرڈ ٹائم کے ساتھ دیتے ہیں, ڈیزائرڈ پیریڈ کے ساتھ, دس غذا بیکمز ڈرگ. اسی لیے ہمارے اطباء کہتے ہیں کہ غذا وہ ہے جو بدل ما یتحلل کرے. واٹ از دس بدل ما یتحلل؟ ہم عموماً اس کا ترجمہ کیا کرتے ہیں کہ غذا جو تحلیل ہوا ہو وہ بدل پیش کرے. This is not actual translation of this term. Actually, this term is Arabic. اگر آپ کو یاد ہوگا کل پریزیڈنٹ آف نیشنل کمیشن آف ISM انڈین سسٹم آف میڈیسن نے کہا کہ یونانی سسٹم کے لیے عربی, فارسی اور اردو تینوں لازمی ہیں, تبھی وہ لٹریچر, کلاسیکل لٹریچر کرتے ہیں. بدل ما یتحلل, اصل ترجمہ اس کا جو ہوگا وہ یہ ہوگا جو کچھ بھی تحلیل ہوا ہے, واٹ ایور, جو تحلیل ہوا نہیں, واٹ ایور. آپ دیکھ سکتے ہیں ماڈرن میں کہ اب ہارمونل تھراپی کے لیے یا مختلف چیزوں کے لیے ہم لوگ ایسی غذائیں دیتے ہیں جو اسٹرائڈس یا فائٹوسٹرالز یا سیکس ہارمونز کو بڑھانے کے لیے استعمال کرتے ہیں ہم بہت ساری دوائیں. اتنا ہی نہیں, جو کچھ یا مقوی اعصاب ہے, محرک اعصاب دوائیں ہیں, غذائیں ہیں, مغزیات ہیں, ہم استعمال کرتے ہیں. تو یہ بدل ما یتحلل کیا ہے؟ قرآن نے بھی عربی کو سمجھنے کے لیے میں صرف ایک کوٹ کرتا ہوں آیت سورہ آیت الکرسی کی, لہو ما فی السماوات والارض, اسی کے لیے ہے جو کچھ, اسی کا ہے جو کچھ آسمانوں میں زمین میں ہے. تو لفظ ما جب بیچ میں عربی میں آئے, اٹ مینز جو کچھ یا تمام. تو بدل ما یتحلل ماڈرن میں ہم لوگ کہتے ہیں غذا کیا, اٹ از فار لوکوموشن, اٹ از فار پرووائڈ دا انرجی, اٹ از فار مینٹیننس دا بیسل میٹابولک ریٹ. اس کے علاوہ بھی اور کچھ ہو سکتے ہیں. تو جو ٹرم یونانی سسٹم نے استعمال کی بدل ما یتحلل, ایوری تھنگ, آج جو آپ کو معلوم ہے وہ بھی ان دا فیوچر جو کچھ بھی تحلیل ہوا ہے ماڈرن سائنٹیفک اس کو بتاتا ہے. اس سے آپ لگا سکتے ہیں کہ غذا کے شرائط کتنے ہیں, 4. ایک وہ جسم میں داخل ہو, دوسرا وہ ہضم کبدی اور معدی سے گزر جائے, ہیپیٹو بائلری سسٹم سے گزر جائے, تیسرا اس کے بعد وہ خون کو تبدیل کرے. اگر آپ کو یونانی فلسفی یاد ہو, پوری طرح یاد ہے, تو آپ نے پڑھا ہوگا کہ جگر ہی ہے, لیور ہی ہے, عضو رئیس, جہاں پر اخلاط اربع پیدا ہوتے ہیں, وہاں وہ بایو ٹرانسفارمیشن کے ذریعے ان چاروں اخلاط کو الگ الگ کرتا ہے. ان چاروں اخلاط کو وہاں تغیرات کر کے اس کے بعد باڈی میں پھیلاتا ہے. پھر اکارڈنگ ٹو یونانی فلسفی جو غذا کے اجزاء خون میں تبدیل ہوتے ہیں, جس عضو مقتضی کے پاس, جس آرگن کے پاس وہ پہنچتے, وہ اپنے جسٹ لائک مشابہ جو اس کے اجزاء اس کو پک اپ کرتا ہے. ماڈرن تھیوری میں بھی بہت ساری ایسی چیزیں ہیں. آپ دیکھیے ہارمونل تھراپی, جو ہارمونز یا جو بھی دوائیں آپ دیتے ہیں وہ پرٹیکولر آرگن میں ہی جا کے ابزارب ہوتی ہے. ہائپر تھائرائڈزم یا ہائپوتھائرائڈزم کے لیے ہم لوگ تھائروکسین دیتے ہیں. تو تھائروکسین جب پیشنٹ کھاتا ہے تو تھائرائڈ گلینڈ یا TSH کی لیول کو کم کرنے کے لیے وہی پرٹیکولر پارٹ, باڈی کا کوئی دوسرا پارٹ نہیں. یونانی فلسفی بھی یہی کہتی ہے کہ جو ہم غذائیں کھاتے ہیں ان غذاؤں میں جو مختلف اجزاء ہوتے ہیں, تو جس عضو مقتضی, the term coined by ابن رشد, جس عضو کے پاس وہ آتی ہے وہ اس کو اپنا لیتی ہے. اسی لیے کیا بہت ساری اجزاء ایسے ہوتے ہیں جو سب کے لیے ایک جیسی, لیکن بہت ساری غذا میں اجزاء ایسے ہوتے ہیں جو پرٹیکولر پارٹ کے لیے ہے. تو غذا جب جسم میں آتی ہے اس میں 2 طرح کی تبدیلی ہوتی ہے. ایک, it becomes part of body. At that time we called it غذا. دوسرا, it does not become part of body. At that time we called it دوا. لیکن کبھی کبھار وہ جسمانی احوال کو متغیر کرتی ہے, پوری چینج کرتی ہے, ڈراسٹک چینجز. At that time we called it سمی دوا یا سمی مطلق. تو اس صورت میں 6 صورتیں بنتی ہیں. میں مختصر کرتا ہوں. غذا مطلق, دوائی مطلق, غذائے دوائی, دوائی سمی, دوائی مطلق. These are the categorization which has been postulated by our atiba. اس کی وجہ ہے کہ نیچرل سورس ہم کرتے ہیں. اب میں پھر واپس آتا ہوں، ہمارے اتباع کا ماننا ہے کہ دنیا میں کوئی بھی شے غذائے مطلق اور دوائے مطلق نہیں ہے. دوائے مطلق غذائے مطلق نہیں ہے. آج کل کے دور میں جہاں پر ہم کیمیکل اینٹیٹیز استعمال کرتے ہیں، وی کین چیلنج یہاں پر دوا ہوتی ہے، بٹ ریممبر ہم یونانی سسٹم آف میڈیسن میں دوائیں غذائی نیچرل فارم استعمال کرتے ہیں. ایٹ دیٹ ٹائم نیچرل فارم، جیسے میں نے کاسنی کی کلتھی کی مثال آپ کو دی ہے، اس میں دوا کا پروپورشن بھی ہے اور غذا کا پروپورشن بھی ہے. اب کس پروپورشن، کون سا پروپورشن زیادہ ہے، اسی حساب سے آپ اس کو غذائے دوائی کہہ سکتے ہیں یا دوائی غذائی کہہ سکتے ہیں. یہی وجہ ہے کہ انہوں نے، آپ مفردات کی کوئی بھی کتاب دیکھ سکتے ہیں، وہاں پر آپ دیکھیں گے کہ کوئی بھی ایسی ڈرگ نہیں ہے جس میں کیمیائی تجزیہ کے آخر میں میگنیز، پوٹیشیم، کیلشیم، سو مینی کیمیکل کانشیس ویچ آر ویری پوٹینشیٹ ان دا ماڈرن فیلڈ. آپ دیکھ سکتے ہیں، میڈم کا لیکچر تھا، انہوں نے وٹامن سی کے بارے میں کہا، ویری پورٹنٹ ڈرگ، ویری پورٹنٹ کیمیکل اینٹیٹی فار دا امیون بوسٹنگ. آپ دیکھ لیے آملہ، املیکا آفیسینلس، آپ آملہ کھائیے، املیکا آفیسینلس جس کا مربع پھیلائے کنٹینیوسلی. ڈیزائن میں نے کہا صحیح ترتیب کے ساتھ، صحیح وقت کے ساتھ اور صحیح پیریڈ کے ساتھ. اٹ از انٹرسٹنگ. جیسے ہم نے، آپ لوگوں نے بڑا مشہور مقولہ ہے، کس کا ہے مجھے یاد نہیں، انہوں نے کہا اٹ از اے ڈوز which differentiates between drug and a poison. Similarly, I can say on the Unani philosophy, it is a desired dose, desired period, desired time, which differentiates between a diet, a Ghiza and dawa. تو انہوں نے، میں یہ نہیں کہوں گا یہ تھوڑا، تو وارد بدن شائی جب ہوتی ہے تو اس کے کئی چیزیں، یہ بڑا امپورٹنٹ اسپیکٹ ہے جو ماڈرن میں علاج بھی غذا کے حوالے سے بڑے لائف سٹائل ڈس آرڈرس پہ ہم استعمال کر سکتے ہیں. وہ غذا کی تقسیم ہے، کیٹیگرائزیشن آف، جیسے جوہر کے اعتبار سے غذائے لطیف یا غذائے کثیف ہوتی ہے، غذائے لطیف. اسی طرح ہضم کے اعتبار سے سریع الہضم یا بطیء الہضم ہوتی ہے. میں صرف ہائی لائٹ بتا رہا ہوں. تغذیہ کے اعتبار سے کثیر التغذیہ، قلیل التغذیہ، کیموس، جید الکیموس یا ردی الکیموس. اگر ہم سارے فیکٹرز کو آپ دیکھیں گے تو ہمیں دو چیزیں سامنے آتی ہیں. جب بھی ہم دوا یا غذا کھاتے اس میں دو فیکٹرز انوالو ہوتے ہیں، ایک جو باڈی سے وابستہ ہے، ایک جو غذا سے وابستہ ہے. باڈی سے وابستہ کے لیے کہ آپ کا ڈائجسٹو سسٹم کس لیول کا ہے. اگر آپ کا ڈائجسٹو سسٹم ٹھیک ہے تو اٹ ول بی سریع الہضم، کوئی بھی دوا غذا، یا بطیء الہضم ہوگی. تو آپ کا جوہر کے اعتبار سے غذا لطیف بھی ہو سکتی، کثیر بھی ہو سکتی ہے. اسی طرح تغذیہ، اس میں نیوٹریشنل ویلیو کتنا ہے، اس نیوٹریشنل ویلیو کو لے کر آپ بہت ساری چیزیں کیلکولیٹ کر سکتے ہیں کہ اس نیوٹریشنل ویلیو زیادہ ہے تو جن کو زیادہ ڈیزائرڈ انرجی ہے آپ اس کو کیٹیگرائز کر سکتے ہیں. اچھا، غذا کی تقسیم ایک اور افعال کے اعتبار سے بھی، جیسے مفتح سدود جو سدوں کو کھولتا ہے. 3 دوائیں جو خصوصاً میں بتاتا ہوں، لہسن، میتھی اور شہد خالص. لہسن الیم سٹائوا، میتھی فونیم گریسی، کیا کہتے ہیں میتھی کو، نہیں باٹنیکل نیم، اوکے، لیفٹ، شہد خالص. تو یہ کیا کرتے ہیں، یہ اپنی قوت تلطیف کی وجہ سے جو مختلف سدے بنتے ہیں ان کو ختم کر دیتی. تو سدہ اوبسٹرکشن وہی نہیں ہے کہ کوئی چیز بلاک ہو گئی، کسی چیز کو ویسکوسٹی بڑھانے کے لیے بھی ہم استعمال کرتے ہیں. کتاب الکلیات آپ کھولے، وہاں پہ ابن رشد نے لکھا کہ بھنڈی اور چھوارے یہ سدہ پیدا کرتے ہیں. اگر آپ لوگوں کو یاد ہوگا، فار سپرمٹوجینسس اٹ ہیز بین اسٹڈیڈ آلسو. چھوارے اور بھنڈی کو ہم لوگ استعمال کرتے ہیں غذا کے طور پر کہ جن لوگوں کا سپرمیٹوریا یا منی جو گاڑی نہیں ہے، مغلظ منی کے طور پر استعمال کرتے ہیں. کیا کرتے ہیں، وہ وسکوسٹی بڑھاتی ہے جس کی وجہ سے جو لیومن، ضروری نہیں ہے وہ لیومن پہ ہی افیکٹ کرے، تو ایسا بھی ہوتا ہے. اسی طرح بعض غذائیں مختلف اوقات میں مختلف فعل دکھاتی ہے. we have to consider during the diet therapy for patient. For example, کچا آم آپ لے لیجئے. کچا آم مزاج کے اعتبار سے سرد خشک ہے، اس میں صفرا کی حدت کو کم کرنے کے لیے پوٹنسی زیادہ ہے، اس لیے آپ اس کو اسہال صفراوی میں دیتے ہیں، اتیباز مینشن. لیکن یہی آم جب پکا ہو جاتا ہے اس کا مزاج چینج ہو جاتا ہے، اٹ بیکمز گرم تر. ایٹ دیٹ ٹائم یو ول ناٹ بی یوز اٹ ان ڈیزنٹری، ایٹ دیٹ ٹائم یو ول یوز اٹ لیگزیٹو. اب ہم ماڈرن میں یہ کہہ سکتے ہیں ڈیو ٹو ٹینن کنٹینٹ ایٹ دا ٹائم آف فرسٹ جب یہ کچا تھا ایٹ دیٹ ٹائم ٹینن کنٹینٹ واز مور دیٹ از وائی اٹ واز یوزڈ فار اینٹی ڈیزنٹری یا صفرا کی حدت کو کم کرنے کے لیے. اب اس کا ٹینن کنٹینٹ ختم ہو گیا, فائبر نے لی ہے. اسی طرح ایک اور مثال ہے کہ بعض دفعہ اس دوا کے یا غذا کی پوزیشن چینج ہونے کی وجہ سے اس کا مزاج بدل جاتا ہے, اور جب مزاج بدلے تو یاد رکھیں یونانی میں اس کا فعل بھی بدل جاتا ہے. مثال کے طور پر کشنیز, دھنیا, خشک کشنیز جو ہے وہ سرد خشک مزاج رکھتی ہے, لیکن ہرا دھنیا کہتے ہیں بارد رطب ہے. These are mentioned in our classical literature.
Dr. Sir, please conclude. We are already running shortage of time, please.
One more important point, چونکہ ٹائم کم ہے, کہ لہسن, پیاز اور دھنیا جن کو آج موجودہ دور میں ہم بڑے پیمانے پر اینٹی اوبیسٹی, اینٹی سیکلوسک, اینٹی ہائپرلیپیڈیمیا ایجنٹ کے طور پر استعمال کرتے ہیں. اطباء کہتے ہیں جب آپ ان کو کچا کھلاتے ہیں, لہسن, ریممبر اٹ, لہسن اور میتھی جب کچا کھلاتے ہیں ایٹ دیٹ ٹائم دے ہیو قوت تلطیف, ان کی قوت لطافت بہت زیادہ ہوتی, لیکن جب آپ ان کو پکاتے ہیں ان کی قوت تلطیف چینج ہو جاتی ہے اور وہ بن جاتی ہے مغلظ. یعنی اطباء کے نزدیک اگر آپ نے لہسن کو کھانے میں ڈال دیا, آفٹر دیٹ اٹ ول ناٹ بی کنسیڈرڈ ایز اینٹی ہائپر کولسٹرامک, اینٹی ہائپرلیپیڈیمک, یہ آپ کو کچی حالت میں ہی دینا ہے. تو ان دیز اسپیکٹس اگر ہم دیکھیں تو غذا آپ کی پریونٹیو بھی ہے. اگر موٹاپا آپ اسی حساب سے تقلیلی غذا, قلیلی غذا, کثیر الغذا جو دوسری تقسیم ہے اس حساب سے آپ متعین کر سکتے ہیں, جس کی وجہ سے یہ آنے والی بیماریوں کو, خصوصاً لائف سٹائل ڈس آرڈر کو کم کرنے کے لیے پروموٹیو بھی ہے, کیوریٹیو بھی ہے. کیوریٹیو کے لیے میں صرف ایک مثال دوں گا کیونکہ ٹائم کم ہے. نیم نیشنل انسٹیٹیوٹ آف یونانی میڈیسن میں 2009 میں ایک ریسرچ ہوئی, تھیسس اسی پہ آئی تھی. ٹیوبرکلوسس کے پیشنٹ کو جو ٹیوبرکلوس اینٹی ٹیوبرکلوس ڈرگ تھراپی اس کے ساتھ ساتھ انہوں نے وہاں ماؤ شعیر پلایا. یونانی فلاسفی کے اعتبار سے ٹیوبرکلوسس میں چونکہ رطوبت اولیہ سب ختم ہو جاتی, جس کی وجہ سے مزاج میں خشکی آ جاتی, ان رطوبت اولیہ کو واپس لانے کے لیے جو سب سے بہترین وہ ماؤ شعیر, جو کا پانی, ان پیشنٹس کو اینٹی ٹیوبرکلوس کے ساتھ پلایا گیا. دیکھا یہ گیا کہ اگر اینٹی ٹیوبرکلوس صرف اینٹی ٹیوبرکلوس پہ 6 مہینے میں ٹھیک ہو جاتا یا ریکور کرتا ہے, اس تھیوری کے ساتھ یا اس ٹریٹمنٹ کے ساتھ 4 مہینے میں وہ چینجز آ رہی ہے جو 6 مہینے کے بعد آ رہی. اٹ مینس اٹ ہیز آلسو اے کیوریٹیو افیکٹ. چونکہ اور بھی کچھ چیزیں تھیں لیکن ٹائم کی کمی کی وجہ سے میں کنکلوڈ کرنا چاہتا ہوں کہ جو غذا کا کنسپٹ ہے یونانی میں, ہمیں اس کو بہت واسٹلی سمجھنا ہے. جو تقلیلی غذا, کثیر التغذیہ وغیرہ, ان کے اعتبار سے ہم بہت سارے ڈیزیزز کو متعین کر سکتے ہیں. اور ایسا نہیں ہے کہ صرف یونانی میں ہی, ماڈرن میں بھی بہت ساری ایسی چیزیں ہیں کہ ایک فارم دوا جب ہم دیتے ہیں, سپوز میں صرف ایک مثال بتاتا ہوں, بٹر ان دا سالڈ فارم ہم دیتے ہیں, وی کالڈ اٹ از اے سیچوریٹڈ فیٹ, اٹ از ناٹ گڈ فار یور ہیلتھ اگر کوئی ہائپر کولسٹرول. بٹ وین وی یو اٹ ان لکوڈ فارم وی سے ناؤ اٹ از اے پالی انسیچوریٹڈ, اٹ از اے انسیچوریٹڈ, اٹ از بینیفیشل فار یور ہیلتھ. تو یہ ڈائٹ نہیں ہے, یہ غذا نہیں ہے, یہ ٹائپ آف ڈائٹ ہے جو آپ اپنے پیشنٹس کو, جو آپ مریضوں کو دیتے ہیں. لاسٹ کنکلوڈ بکرات نے اسی لیے کہا کہ وہ طبیب جو مرض کا علاج تو کرے لیکن ان پیشنٹس کو غذائی ترتیب اور ترکیب پر پابندی عائد نہ کرے. میرے حساب سے اس کا علم ناقص ہے اور وہ پیشنٹ پر ظلم کرتا ہے. شکریہ. تھینکس فار یور لسننگ.
Thank you, Dr. Shabir Saab. Dawa, dua aur ghiza, age-old saying, all contribute towards recovery from disease. Now I would like to call the last speaker, Dr. Khalid Zafar Masoodi Saab. He is working as an assistant professor in the division of plant biotechnology, Ascost, Kashmir. He has done his master's and PhD from Jammu University in biotechnology, and has postdoctoral training from University of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. He has more than 14 years of research experience in plant and animal biotechnology. He has supervised more than 15 MSc and PhD students, and to his credit, there are around more than 60 papers in national and international journals. He has applied for 6 patents in the Indian Patent Office and one with the US Patent Office. He has also published 3 books, one of which is on medicinal plants. He has been recently awarded with Early Career Research Award 2016 and award also in the Society of Endocrinology Society. So he'll be talking today about the role of medicinal plants and their dietary value. I would request you to be a little bit quick so that we can have a short discussion before the break.
I'll be quick. Thank you. Before I thank the organizing committee, I would like to put my thanks to Dr. Naveed. He was at the forefront when COVID hit us, and he saved like so many lives. And thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your efforts. I would like to thank DG Ayush, Dr. Khan, Dr. Seema, Dr. Afzal Kalam, and Dr. Tausif for having me here. So I'll be talking about a magic food that we just made, and this is actually what we long to be, like fit. Our body is fit, and we're athletic. We have six-pack abs, but this is the reality what we are today. So we have the population has diabetes, so many disorders, cancers. So and why is it so? Because we have a shift in the food habits. So what we used to eat, we do not eat it now. Okay, our food habits are shifting. So with the shift in this food habit, so these diseases are getting incorporated in our body. So the focus of my research has been on prostate cancer, though there are many cancers. And I had my postdoctoral experience on prostate cancer, so which is the second leading cause of cancer-related deaths. And 1 in 7 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer. This is the stats of European, Australian, and American men. So in India, mostly the metropolitan states are hit the worst because the dietary habits are very different from the other areas. So and expect to rise raised to around 140% in the next few years. So when we address a problem, we give an example of 6 blind men and an elephant. So when these men, like one of the blind men just touched the tail of the elephant, he thought it's a rope, and then when touched his ears, he thought it's a ear. So when they collectively looked at it, they found that it's an elephant. So this is how research works. In prostate cancer, we actually, my experience has been on modifying the old therapies. We have a couple of good papers in that, plus drug discovery and gene discovery against prostate cancer. So we, in fact, screened around 200,000 molecules when I was as a postdoc in US through high throughput sequencing, through high throughput analysis. And the rationale, if you can see here, what we use is we target androgen receptor. That's the key player in prostate cancer progression. So this androgen receptor in the prostate epithelial cell is in the cytoplasm. It's a transcription factor. It should go in the nucleus to activate all the genes that are involved in proliferation. So in terms of DHT. So the alpha blockers like dutasteride, finasteride, they prevent the conversion of testosterone to DHT. So, but in castration-resistant prostate cancer, what happens is this androgen receptor goes in the nucleus in absence of androgen receptor. In absence of DHT or testosterone, what we call as androgen-independent nuclear localization of AR. So now this is very dangerous because now the transcription factor is in the nucleus and it is putting on all the genes that are involved in the cellular proliferation, so the cancer cell divides and grows. So many drugs that are against prostate cancer target androgen receptor, like one drug, MDV-3100, that's the latest drug, it also targets androgen receptor. So what was the rationale we used here? So the rationale we use here that we wanted to screen the molecule that could abrogate the signal, the nuclear localization of AR, back into the cytoplasm so that it cannot activate the genes that are involved in cellular proliferation. So So these were some papers we published. So here at SCOST, when I landed at SCOST, so they told me, okay, this is agricultural university, you cannot do cancer here. But I said, okay, so we are the end products of the food we eat. So we have to give safe food to the people. So we had good leaders. They, encouraged me, okay, you can continue your research. But what I did I shifted from the chemical library to the medicinal plants that we had. So we collected around, I with my 2 PhD students, we collected around 300 to 400 medicinal plants from all of J&K region. We have around 5,000 medicinal plants that are endogenous to Kashmir Valley. So we could not get more. So we made a library. So we did sequential extracts from all the tissues. We have around 20,000 to 25,000 extracts available of these 400 medicinal plants. And then this is the list. Then we started to treat these. So our goal was to target androgen receptor and take it out of the nucleus. This was the only goal. So what we did, we tagged this androgen receptor with green fluorescence protein so that we can see its movement in the cell. So the cells we use here are C4-2 cells. They are recurrent prostate cancer cells that are the dangerous type of cancer cells. And we procured them from US. So this is the model that most of the people use when they are developing drugs. Though we have other cancer cell lines also like PC3 that does not have an AR, or LINCAP that is androgen sensitive. So when we did the screening of these 25,000 extracts, we found out that 16 of these extracts could abrogate this nuclear localization of AR. You can see the hits we have. So these were our positive hits. So they were targeting AR. When we went further, we checked, okay, what's happening with the GFP control? We put the GFP control without AR in cells, it was not effective. So that means we were sure that these molecules that we discovered are in fact targeting the androgen receptor. That's the key player in prostate cancer progression. So this is the dose response curve. Then when we were targeting the androgen receptor, the downstream genes of the androgen receptor, like the prostate-specific antigen, it goes high in the prostate cancer patients. We saw that it also, the expression decreased. And with that, the other genes that are under the androgen receptor, like you have calreticulin, EF2, AL2, that also downregulated when we treated them with our extracts. But what happens in the cancer patient, when you treat them with these androgen targeting drugs, they salvage their survival through PI3 kinase pathway. So this is what happens with most of the cancer. Cancer ka ilaj hai hi nahi. Kyun nahi hai? Because there's a lot of crosstalk between these pathways. So when we target androgen receptor, they salvage their survival through PI3 kinase pathway. So the goal here was to find a double-edged sword against this cancer. So what we did, now we tagged HIF1 alpha, another gene that is in the PI3 kinase pathway with a green fluorescent protein, and then checked these extracts. And we found out that 2 of these extracts could inhibit the PI3 kinase pathway also. So this is the figure. So then we checked the expression of PI3 kinase, other genes that you have PI3 kinase, you have AKT, so they were also decreased. And this is normal cellular proliferation assay that we did, that how well the proliferation of the cells is controlled by. And we saw a dose response of these molecules against all the 3 cancer cell lines. So then to check the invasiveness of these cancer cell lines, or the effect of these drugs on the cells, what we do a wound healing assay. We seed the cells, we scratch it, and then we see that how well these wounds seal. So that is how well these migrate. And are our molecules able to prevent this migration? And we found out that they effectively inhibited the migration of these castrate-resistant prostate cancer cell lines. So these are the results of the other. Plus there's the BRDU assay also for proliferation. I'll skip that. So then the MTT assay, normal assay. So the compound 5 is from an the class of molecules that we found, some of them were from underutilized crops that have been grown here in Kashmir for ages. We are consuming it, but we did not know that they have this potential. So what we did, and then we had the molecules that are not from the plant that are not edible. So then you have different DNA damage assay. That this is a common assay we did. We standardized in our lab, and This is the mouse study that we did. We got the C4-2 cell lines, then put it in the flanking region of the mice with matrigel, then let them grow when they reach a size of 200 millimeter cube, and then we started treating it with our drugs. And we found out that two molecules that we selected here, one from an endogenous crop and one from a non-edible plant, we found out that it significantly decreased the tumor volume, and plus it doubled the survival of the mice. You can see here in some of the molecules, the tumor almost vanished. So then we went further, okay, what to do? So how should these underdeveloped crops reach the people? Because we have populations that are high risk of several cancers, like the American African population that are high risk of getting prostate cancer. So what we thought why not add this as an ingredient in our daily foods? We call it as magic food. So like the population, for example, the Chinese population likes noodles. We'll incorporate this in the noodles so that it has a preventive as well as curative effect against cancer, against those populations that are at high risk. So similarly, the population that eat breakfast cereals, we can incorporate that in the breakfast cereals. So for this idea, recently, IIT Jammu awarded BMI team with the best local resource project. So this is the targeted market of prostate cancer drugs plus the functional foods. So this is actually a smart food or a futurist functional food that we have devised. And this is since we have like 5 of the molecules that we have discovered from underutilized crops, the magic food is the first of kind, but inshallah shortly we'll have more magic foods in the, for the people. So these are, at the end we'd like to thank SERB for their 2 projects. And I have one small micro grant from University at Buffalo, US. So these are the publications from a lab at SCOSK. So we have, alhamdulillah, good publications like scientific reports, Nature Oncogene, Molecular Cancer Therapeutics, that are from SCOST, Srinagar, Kashmir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes, we have filed a patent for that, so I cannot disclose the plant. But if you can, we will not patent all the plants. But if you want the information, if someone is really suffering, we are open. But you have to come to Directorate of Extension that deals with that public dealing. Yeah, they deal with the public. If someone wants, we can surely. Because since it's edible, FDA has already have a recommended dose that how much a person can take, and we Kashmir population are eating it, so it's safe.
So this is the end of the session. The session is open for the questions. We can, due to the paucity of time, we can allow only a few of the 2 or 3 questions. If anybody has any question, please. क्वेश्चन बताइए डॉक्टर साहब क्वेश्चन बताइए
उन पे काम किया गया है तो इस तरह से उनका नाम मैं लेना चाहता हूं कुल्थी अभी एक साहब ने नाम लिया है तो दैट हैज़ बीन फाउंड ये सफ़ेद राजमाश है वो भी उसमें इफ़ेक्टिव पाई गई हैं इसी तरह से लहसुन जो कच्चा लहसुन खाता है तो कच्चे लहसुन से भी इंजरी पैदा हो जाती है इस वाल में जो वायरस होता है उसके वाल में तो इंजर्ड हो जाता है तो इस तरह से बहुत सारे हाँ तो कहने का मकसद ये है कि कई फूड्स ऐसे हैं जो काम कर सकते हैं सार्स कोटू वायरस में मेरे कहने का मकसद ये है
When I presented this talk, I said at the outset that I will again reinforce, I will stick to my point that no food has been established that it protects against, it prevents SARS-CoV-2 infection. We have research, lot of research, upcoming research, in vivo, in vitro research, they have shown it has offered protection in certain infections, like you said, against HIV, against Coxsackie virus, against influenza virus. Except for flavonoids, there has been some in vivo studies which have shown that it inhibits viral growth. But for the SARS-CoV specifically, that is response for the current pandemic, we have not the established evidence. There's no establishment that shows that this particular food item is protecting you against COVID infection.
even the drugs which have been used till COVID, all ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, they were also shown to have some kind of antiviral activity. But nothing has been established till now as a definitive treatment for COVID, even on the antiviral or rather any other drugs which were used on experimental basis in COVID. So whatever we have right now is only the drugs which are acting on the inflammatory pathway to get rid of the complications of COVID, which happen especially in the second week.
There's one more point actually what has been said, that it's actually we are trying to logically believe that if it's effective against particular virus, we logically
It may be. There is a maybe. There is no concrete evidence that this drug or this food works. It will take some time.
Which is able to show us that particular evidence, but as of now there's no established evidence.
So now we conclude the session.
I would like to extend my gratitude to all the speakers. Thank you so much. Now we will have our memento distribution. I would like to request our chairperson, Professor Dr. Navid Nazir Shah, to present memento of appreciation to Dr. Maria Amin Qureshi.
I request Dr. Naveed Nazir Shah to please present mementos of appreciation to Professor Gir Mohammad Ishaq.
I would request Dr. Farooq Naqshbandi to present the memento to Dr. Shabir Ahmed Pare.
I request Dr. Farooq Naqshbandi sir to please present mementos of appreciation to Dr. Khalid Masuzi. May I now request Dr. Farooq Naqshbandi sir to please present mementos of appreciation to Dr. Naveed Nazir Shah.
Thank you very much for that. It's a matter of pride for us.
I request Dr. Naveed Nazir Shah to please present mementos of appreciation to Dr. Farooq Naqshbandi. We would like to thank the chairperson, distinguished speakers and the audience for being with us. We are announcing the lunch break now. We request everyone to join us back at 2 p.m. sharp for further informative sessions.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Enjoy your nutritious meal.
Thank you, sir. Nice.
Registrar, Central University of Kashmir, to be the chairperson of this session. Sorry, Professor Gir Mohammad Isaaq, Director, Center for Career Planning and Counseling, and Professor, Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences, University of Kashmir.
Sir has been working as a faculty at the Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences, University of Kashmir, over the last 20 years. During his career, Professor Gir has published 51 research papers in high-impact national and international journals, presented 42 papers in various national and international conferences.
Sir has supervised many PG and doctorate research scholars and has served as a member of Institutional Ethical Committee of SKIMS GMC Srinagar and RRIM Srinagar. He and his research team has won 5 best awards in various conferences and journals. Sir has published more than 120 popular articles in print media.
May I now request Honorable Professor Dr. Manzoor Shah to join us on stage. Sir has done his Master's, MPhil and PhD in Botany from University of Kashmir and his postdoctoral research in Canada and USA. He has been a faculty affiliate at the University of Montana, USA and a visiting professor at the King Saud University, Riyadh. He has published 2 books and over 100 research papers and book chapters. He has been awarded by prestigious awards such as the Indo-US 21st Century Knowledge Initiative Award, Gold Medal from Indian Academy of Environmental Sciences.
Professor Shah has supervised 12 PhD and 9 MPhil scholars in areas of his core competence. He has been the principal investigator and coordinator of 15 national and international network projects. Sir has also served as Director of Quality Assurance and steered the University of Kashmir from grade A to A+ by NAC.
May I now request Dr. Kalam to please present bouquet and welcome Dr. Gir Mohammad Ishaq. I now request Dr. Kalam to present bouquet and welcome Professor Dr. Manzoor Shah.
Now, I would request our chairperson to conduct the proceedings of this session.
A very good afternoon to all of you. After having a sumptuous lunch, it's quite challenging to withstand the presentations. Therefore, but I'm sure they will be very resourceful, informative, and interesting, and that will stimulate our senses. And therefore, I would request the presenters to please stick to the time schedule. And this session is going to be on achieving good health and well-being, which is one of the Sustainable Development Goals outlined as SDG 3. And I have been given 2 these profiles, so therefore it seems there are 2 presentations which are to be made over here. One will be made by Dr. Poonam Sharma, Associate Professor, Division of Food Sciences and Technology, SCOST, and the other one by Dr. Aijaz Hassan Ganai, Assistant Professor, Department of Botany, University of Kashmir. To begin with, I would, Professor Arif Zaidi, is he here? No, he's not here. So I would invite Dr. Poonam Sharma, Associate Professor. Before that, I would like to introduce her to the audience. Dr. Poonam Sharma is presently working as Associate Professor, Division of Food Science and Technology at SCOST Kashmir, Shalimar main campus. She has been teaching undergraduate and postgraduate students for the past 20 years. She has published more than 50 research papers, manuals, books, articles in various national and international journals of repute. She is also a member of various societies and editor of national and international journals in the field of food science and technology, has been actively participating in seminars, symposia, conferences, and presented several papers. She is actively engaged in the conduct of exhibitions, fairs, skill development programs, and has established self-help groups and small food processing units for preparation of sea buckthorn juice, apricot, and apple value-added products for empowerment of women and rural youth. Under her guidance, farmers have started their venture in agriculture and earning livelihood. So we are pleased and honored to have Dr. Poonam Sharma and request her to please begin with her presentation. Dr. Poonam Sharma.
respected ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon. आप सभी का तहे दिल से यूनानी दिवस और इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस पर मैं हार्दिक स्वागत करती हूँ और मुझे इंतहाई खुशी है कि आपने मुझे आज के इस प्रोग्राम में शिरकत करने का मौका फराहम किया। आज प्रेजेंटेशन का जो मौजू है वो है रोल ऑफ न्यूट्रिशन इन मेंटेनिंग हेल्थ। लेट्स स्टार्ट विद द प्रेजेंटेशन। As we all of us know, there is a saying that जो आप खाते हो वही आप हैं। What you eat, what you are. So there are some terms. Before I would like to go into depth of the presentation, we would like to have a terminology. First is food, anything liquid or drink which meets the need of the human beings in making, in tissue building, in protection of foods and providing us energy. Diet is a pattern of individual food intake, habits, kind, and amount of food eaten. Nutrition is a science that deals with how the food is being digested, absorbed, repaired, and how it is being assimilated, and providing us to meet the requirements of growth, repair, maintenance, and development. So now we have malnutrition, that is deficit in the calorie, and thus either the population is undernourished or it is overnourished, so the problem occurs of malnutrition. This nutrition field is a new field, not much old, and everybody is knowing that Hippocrates what said is that our food is a medicine, our medicine is a food. Okay, now nutrition is not just is about eating, but it is about eating right. We have कहाँ करके चले गए लोग? Sorry, I have to go back because they have some disturbance sort of thing. So nutrition, I was telling, is not an old field. And our food, whatsoever we are eating, is having medicinal properties. And thus, because of that, our food should contain the nutrients which are required by the body. And later on, there are vitamins they have been discovered. In the sense that we are having various infections, diseases, which can be combated only by taking good food. And that requires your knowledge, nutritional knowledge regarding particular foods, what are the nutraceutical properties of the particular food, and moreover, much of the thing has to be about our Jivan Shaili, that is diet, ahar, how we are taking the food. Food itself includes three things, that is food, what are the ingredients in that, what is the pattern of eating a particular type of a food for our healthy well-being. So diet is different depending upon the different age groups, depending upon different type of morbidity, depending upon some, chronic diseases, like we have lifestyle disorders. So diet varies according to the age, according to sex, according to your type of problem you are having or some nutritional deficiency. So diet varies according to the person. And here comes the topic today, is role of nutrition in maintaining health. Nutrition, I have already told you that nutrition is a process by which our body, the intake of food, how it is digested, assimilated, and how the nutrients are being absorbed in the body. So nutrition helps mainly in growth and development. Right from the very beginning, since you are in womb till 2 years of age, 1,000 days, that matters a lot in making the foundation for rest of your life. And most importantly is that mothers have to take good care of their kids up to 5 years of age. Whatever foundation you have given to them, then they will be able to continue in the rest of the life. Suppose a child of 15 years of age will not be eating anything, it is because of the food habits which your parents might have inculcated during your early years. They will continue with that. That will not be the age. So here the thing is that food to be given to the child, must mother have a knowledge first, how and what type of nutrition should be given to the child. Suppose we say that a mother doesn't know, and most of the kids, they are sent to school just by not eating anything because they get up late or some other morning course. Mothers and the children, they leave for school without taking anything. So here the thing is that mothers, they have to have a knowledge that what type of food their child can have during hurried time also, and so that the child will have a good mental alertness as well as good concentration in the schools. So the thing is that we have to take care of good nutrition right from the beginning of our life. So growth, definitely it is required for energy giving, organic substances, and regulating the metabolic processes. Nutrition is required first for growth. See, besides this, nutrition is also required for emotional health, for social health, for occupational health, for physical health, for spiritual health. WHO has defined health as is not only your physical, or it is not the absence of disease, it is also your mental health which counts while considering your health. See, this is a role of nutrition in maintaining health. If a child is having good nutrition during early years, growth and development will definitely be better. Resistance to it has also seen in one of these studies that those kids which are malnourished during early years, they become obese in the life later on. Resistance to infections, mortality and morbidity, and specific deficiency. So growth and development, I have already dealt along that growth is required for, we have good nutrition required for, for infants, for pregnant ladies, for lactating women, for having the lower risk of the cardiovascular diseases, for increasing the longevity, and to have overcome the certain nutritional deficiencies. Specific deficiency we observe in Valley also, we are having iodine deficiency, we are having anemia problem, we are encountered with vitamin D deficiencies nowadays. We are having incidents of, because of this, abortions, prematurity, stillbirths, low birth weights, babies in the malnourished mothers. Hence, good nutrition is essential to prevent the nutritional deficiency diseases, promotion of health, and treatment of various deficiency diseases. Resistance to infection, this you have seen right now. Viruses have come, we are running from pillar to post that somebody give us a pills, we can be maintaining our immunity within no time, but it's not an hour's job. You have to work on it, you have to adopt a lifestyle, you have to eat the foods which boost your immune system. So accordingly, we can think of having a person with good immunity. Mortality and morbidity, malnutrition is a very severe problem in the country, and thanks to our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji has started Poshan Abhiyan on 8th March 2018, keeping in view the risk of how to outreach the program of Poshan Abhiyan to the masses to overcome the problem of malnutrition. Malnutrition itself is a menace. Recently, our Honorable Minister, Women, Child Development, Welfare, Smriti Irani, she has signed a MOU with the Bill Foundation, Bill Gates Foundation, and they have started now making Poshan Atlas of the country, in which they are working on how these crops of different regions and diversification of food crops can be done, and to see which are the protein-rich sources lying here and there. So in the other parts, we are preparing, and with the Deen Dayal University, and those people have come to our university for capturing the data of the food crops grown in Jammu and Kashmir region, which are still underutilized, which are the herbs there, which are the medicinal plants they can be utilized to have the functional properties of a particular ingredient for a particular disease. So various factors for food and nutrition are here. Basal metabolic rate is there. So if you are having, that is kg divided by height, meter square, that seems that if you are having a BMI of 18.4 to 24.9, that means you are healthy. Above that is you are overweight. So weight, age, sex, definitely nowadays we are living sedentary lives, so our nutrition requirements are also accordingly they are taking place. We have to think about our activity, climate and environment. As you know, we have temperate climate in Kashmir Valley. Physical activities, physiological state, socio-economic factors. Why we are having malnutrition? We are in production is too much. Why we are lacking it? The reason is food availability is not up to everyone. Food utilization is not proper. People are not aware of the foods. People are having not that sanitary and hygienic practices. Because of that, they combat with the intestinal other problems. They are not being absorbed and utilized in the body. So the thing is, we have to reach to the masses to combat this problem of malnutrition. Recently, FSSAI, that is Food Standard Safety Authority of India, they have made it mandatory that the fortified foods with the blue color F+ sign, Sampoorn Bhojan Swasth Jeevan, they have asked for fortification of foods. We are going in the staple foods like your salt, double iodized with the iron and iodine. Along with, we have for oils, vitamin D, and other food staples are also being fortified. So to reach to the masses. And cultural factors, definitely they play a role, lifestyle and food habits. Now what is problem nowadays is that 3 meals are required, and other 3 meals are also required, minor meals. But we are consuming our meals as such, side by side, as and when we are going for eateries outside, we are consuming other fast foods, processed foods, leading to, and we feel that we have not taken food. So I would like to request all of you to propagate the message that home-cooked food are the best, or the snacks you prepare. Nowadays on YouTube, if you don't know cooking, if you are bad in cooking skills, then also you can learn through net and websites and other things. Food fads, cooking practices. Cooking practices in our Kashmir Valley, we have to now adopt because of our lifestyle is changing. So we have not to go for frying and other, we have to adopt some other techniques like grilling, steaming, and other things, so that we can microwave, oven is there. Different type of cooking practices, they need to be now changed. Child rearing practices, religion plays a very important role. Traditional factors, food production distribution. You know, the Union Finance Minister, Mrs. Dr. Sita Raman, she has recently declared 22-23 as International Millet of the Year. We are now going back to our traditional roots. Are we not taking the buckwheat earlier? Are we not taking the fox millet earlier? Yes, we were. But we have forgotten for some time. Now the millet has been recognized as a superfood because of good for bone growth, for heart diseases, for other chronic diseases. And moreover, these millets, they have to be supplemented with our, suppose we are making in the valley rice pancakes, which are generally made. So now we can think of mixing those two items together and try to have the pancakes out of that, because that will help us in dietary fiber also. That is going to help us in giving some fiber-rich foods. Definitely they will be helping us. So here the point is that go back to the roots, go back to the nature. What is this Ayush? Ayush is a combination of Ayurvedic, Yoga, Unani, Siddha, and the homeopathy. So now again we are going to our traditional wisdom and indigenous technologies which were available to us. In that way also nutrition is factor. Food production and distribution, this is the biggest factor. Through Anganwadis, through Asha workers, through midday meals, we are giving them. Recently what happened in Pulwama is plastic rice, they are calling it. Though it is a fortified rice, the problem is of awareness the masses regarding the fortified foods. So now in this, we are taking more. I'm talking about macronutrients and micronutrients. Macronutrients, proteins, fats, and this carbohydrates. In our population, there is a more intake of carbohydrates and fats and less intake of proteins. So we have to work on protein resources to our population. And definitely micronutrients are we are taking in a minimum amount because our eating of fruits and vegetables is very, very less. And we are not taking much of the nutrients in terms of micronutrients. Proteins, you know that how much is your weight will be the requirement. A normal person having a height of 5'3" comes out to 160 centimeters, minus 100 will give you 60. That should be the weight of the person. So the requirement of proteins, 1 gram per kg of body weight, that is 60 to 65. Then Your carbohydrate requirements 300 to 500 grams per day, but try to have more from the sources like we are having oats nowadays, we are having millets, we are having barley, we are having, try to avoid the refined foods. Health benefits, you know already. Fats and oils requirement is 10 to 20 grams per day. And ghee, butter, milk, coconut, mustard, fats and oils. Vitamins, you know that they are B complex, C complex, they are water-soluble vitamins. Generally, when we cook our food, we never take into account that they will leach out during the, so we are washing the vegetables, then we are cooking the vegetables in an ample amount of water. I have seen in the ladies cooking in Kashmir, and then they keep on the stove, and then it keep on boiling for together, then all the nutrients are lost. Fat-soluble vitamins A, D, E, K. You need not to tell all this. Health benefits of vitamins. This time, when the COVID came, everybody was running in a hue and cry way. What should I take? Simply, you take the warm water with lemon in it. That will give you some sort of relief in your respiratory problems, curing common cold. I will not deal because you know already. So these are the different sources and deficiencies of vitamins, need not to go into that. I will go into one thing, that is zinc deficiency. Population this time having acute shortage of zinc, and everybody was running for Zinkovid tablet in the market, it was not available. So zinc deficiency can be overcome by taking our natural resources. Zinc maximum in the oysters, then mushrooms, then we have red meat, then we have lean meat, chicken. And moreover, we are having now a trend in the market of taking seeds, which we have not noticed earlier. You might have noticed pumpkin seeds are available, chia seeds are available, basil babridio, when Ramjan is there, then also we are having it. So I was going through this, that pumpkin seeds, they contain per 100 grams 7.99 gram of zinc, milligram of zinc. So need not to go into this. Whenever you think of making a diet, think of the food pyramid first. Food pyramid says that firstly you should take the carbohydrates, then fruits and vegetables, then milk and milk products, then meat and meat products, and then in a very small amount, see the base of the carbohydrate and see the base of the upper one, that is fat, is very less. Role of nutrition in prevention of diseases and maintaining health. Of course, chronic diseases, they can be overcome by proper maintenance of health and reduce the risk of skin cancer, heart diseases, gut health. I would like to discuss this gut health. Nowadays, you are finding probiotics foods. Are we not having these probiotics in our olden times? We used to have pickles and chutneys, and we have left them now. Again, we are thinking of those, and we are improving our gut health through probiotics. Here, I would like to discuss one thing, is that if you go on the website of Ayush, there will be availability of other nutritious recipes which you need to learn now. Earlier, we were having buttermilk. Now we are having spice buttermilk. We are having medicated buttermilk. We are having spice foods. Why we are having? Because our spices are having one or the other nutraceutical properties, because like our haldi is there, that turmeric contains curcumin. That spices like long, spices like herbs, and herbs like your basil, your pepper, black pepper, your dried ginger, garlic itself is antimicrobial. And so we have to now think of those things also. And recently in our corona times, we have seen decoction making of this. That only gives us relief in these hard times.
Please conclude, ma'am.
Yes, why not? So with this, now what is the final thought? The final thought is that nutrition is a promoter of good health and is a weapon for prevention of various diseases. But here, being in agriculture university, I would like to highlight within 1 minute is that to ensure a healthy population and to have a nutritional security, we have to have our value chain system, supply chain system, in an infrastructural system in a better way so that we can overcome our nutritional deficiency via post-harvest utilization of fruits and vegetables. Besides this, we can go for social entrepreneurship. We have to think about the rural business hub centers, and moreover, recently our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Nazir Ahmed Ganai, has started a FSSAI along with we are having Eat Right campus movement in the university, through which we can have our canteens, cafeterias and hostels to have a food safety and awareness program along with the good hygiene, so that because our population or students are eating at least one time outside now, so that way I think if we consider all these points, we can think of having a good nutrition. Last में मैं एक ही बात कहना चाहती हूँ, स्वस्थ जीवन का संतुलित आहार स्वस्थ जीवन का आधार। आप स्वस्थ जीवन शैली अपनाएं और स्वस्थ जीवन बिताएं। Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Poonam Sharma. Please have a seat over here. Thank you very much for giving a very detailed and fundamental overview of the food and nutrition. We'll have any questions towards the end, and at this point of time, I would request my co-chairperson, Professor Manzoor Ahmad Shah Saab, to introduce and invite the next presenter.
Thank you, Professor Ghiza. Well, it's a pleasure for me to actually introduce one of the colleagues, one of the, I would say, persons whom we have worked with, Dr. Ejaz Hassan Ganai. He is basically presently working as assistant professor at the Department of Botany, Kargil campus, which used to be with the University of Kashmir, but now is the part of the University of Ladakh. Dr. Ganai has worked, has an experience of more than 12 years now, and as in research, I think more than that. He has supervised and is supervising actually around 10 PhD students. He has written more than 70 research articles, quite high impact research articles. And then he has been a reviewer of different journals, as well as having been part a PI or the co-PI of different research projects funded by UGC, DST, NMHS, so on and so forth. And beyond all that, I know him as a very, I would say, active field botanist who has a command on certain basically areas of plant identification, their distribution patterns in the wild. So and he has worked immensely on the medicinal aspects of the plants. So with this, I'm pleased to invite Dr. Ejaz, please.
Thank you, Manzoor Saab, for these kind words. Respected chairperson and co-chairperson, my colleagues and research scholars, I am going to talk about traditional medicinal plants of Kashmir, Himalaya, their diversity and prospects. So far as Kashmir, Himalaya is concerned, it has huge diversity of plants. The diversity of plants is due to we have wide altitudinal gradient here in our state J&K, different geographical topology, climate, as we see subtropical, tropical, and cold desert in erstwhile Ladakh. And a good chunk of this biodiversity is also used as medicine. And during our last decade, field survey and ethnobotanical studies, 1023 plant species which are used as medicine in Kashmir, Himalaya. In early lecture, my friend medicinal plant species, which is a myth, and it was published in GK, and I till date, there are only 1123 species of plants which are used as medicine, and we are still on it, and we must add some more species to this list. Among these 1123 plant species, most of these plant species are angiosperms, and among angiosperms, most of these plants are belonged by monocotyledonous. Dicotyledonous are about 90%, and these monocotyledonous are about 7%. And these are 10 largest families which belongs to dicotyledonous. Among these, Asteraceae is the major family with 126 plant species in 48 genera, followed by Lambaceae, Ranunculaceae, and Apiaceae, and so on and so forth. So far as monocotyledonous are concerned, we have Poaceae with large number of species, 18 species, Amaryldaceae with 13 species, Cyperaceae with 10, and Orchidaceae with 10 species. And in Orchidaceae, these are very important plant species which are used in Chyawanprash. For example, Malaxid, Dactylorhiza, these are the species which belong to family Orchidaceae. For the life forms, we have data which shows that 70% of these plant species are herbs, and 10.5% are shrubs, and rest are subshrubs and trees. Among different plant groups, we have seen that herbs are dominant, except in gymnosperms where trees are dominant, and our results are in conformity with other temperate regions of the world, which shows that in temperate regions, these herbs grows abundantly. So far as habitat is concerned, these plant species grow in terrestrial habitats, aquatic habitats, and some species are parasitic. So far as aquatic habitat is concerned, we are working on it, and we are hopeful that we may add some more species from the aquatic, the species growing in aquatic habitats. This is but natural that most of these medicinal plant species are native. Some species are Himalayan endemic, and some are very narrow endemic, which are growing in northwestern part of Himalayas, and some species are naturalized, and some species have unknown origin. And this is the list which shows that these plant species have relative frequency citation with high value, and in relative frequency citation means when you go in the field, somebody told you that Tcam is used. It is the frequency of these herbalists who told you divided by total number of herbalists who have you interviewed. And in this, during this decade, we have come across that people are saying different names to these, for example, sick in irritation, sick in this, sick in that. In order to bring the conformity to these diseases, we have followed the classification proposed by International Classification of Primary Health Care. By following this, we come to conclusion that there are 16 types of diseases that are cured by using these more than 1,000 plant species. Why we follow this? In order to bring some uniformity in the classification. Now, these are 16 types of diseases. I cannot discuss all these 16 types of diseases, and I think it is very appropriate to talk about respiratory diseases, particularly in this pandemic era, and therefore I will talk regarding this respiratory diseases. And recently a paper has been published in which Hanifi has told that the China, India, and Turkey is going to be affected by respiratory diseases in future, and are this time also affected by most of the people in these countries which are living here are affected by respiratory diseases. And in the era of COVID-19, WHO has advocated that we should use traditional medicinal plants and traditional medicinal plant system formulations for combating this pandemic disease. And in China, they have followed this, as you see in this pie chart, that they have tested almost 50% of their traditional medicine for combating or discovery of some molecules or formulations for combating COVID-19. And in China, huge percentage of these people have been treated by LCDD, that means lung cleansing decoction, जो है decoction, detoxifying decoctions, they have used that for combating COVID-19, and they have been very much successful in that. By using these LCDD, they have combated to a good percentage of people have recovered by these decoctions. Is it so that natural products are something that can help in discovery of new drugs? Data is available, and it has been shown that biological active compounds have been with high rate in natural products, and natural products have higher percentage of biologically appropriate compounds to discover some new novel molecules and novel drugs. And the cost of this following this the natural products by reverse pharmacology, we can reduce the cost by 25%. And also in TMC, we see that the related plant species are used to treat similar diseases. For example, if we take the example at species level in Artemisia, different species of Artemisia can be used to treat particular disease. Similarly, at family level, Boraginaceae can be the example. For example, in the name of what's called Gozaban, you can use Boragio obstinalis, you can use Arnivia banthami, you can use Boragio Onusma bracteatum. And this slide shows that in natural medicine we have high hit rate to discover some novel drugs and some novel molecules. So in Kashmir, Himalaya, traditionally we are using 334 plant species to treat respiratory diseases, and also here dicotyledons are the dominant, followed by monocotyledons. These are, as I have told you, that in China they have used LCDDs, and in Kashmir, Himalaya we also use a LCDD, or we can say a food as well, that is called as kahwa. In kahwa we have 11 ingredients. The ingredients are given here. For example, we have green tea, we have licorice, we have dried figs, we have jojoba, we have saffron, we have cinnamon, and so on and so forth. And in China, what they use as LCDD, some of the ingredients were used in China as well. For example, they use camellia in one of their LCDD, they use cinnamon in one of their LCDD, and in a report from China, they have said that they have admitted 214 these COVID patients, and when they treat these patients with LCDDs of Chinese medicine, 90% of these COVID patients recover by giving this LCDD of China. And also in China, there is one more LCDD known as Quinopigopida that also contains Ziziphus jojoba, that is we also use in kahwa. So from this slide you can understand that the LCDD which we use in Kashmir have promising to discover some molecule or some drug for treatment of these respiratory diseases. Also in Kashmir, we use petals of this Rosa bibiana, and it has been reported recently that Rosa has some molecules that can be treated for the treatment of this COVID-19. Also we have Archibonapsha. This is, in Kashmiri it is called as Nunuposh, and it has history in that during the days of Maharaja used to tell people, you collect this Bonapsha, Viola aderata, and in turn I will give you salt. In those days there was scarcity of salt, जिसको हम क्या कहते थे, kahat chuvasmut nunich. So then Maharaja used to give in transfer, people used to give them the flowers of Viola aderata, and Maharaja used to give them the flowers of Viola aderata. And from that time, from ancient times, we know that some plants are here that can be used for treatment of respiratory diseases. Similarly, we have Rohan Thol, and we use it to give with great amount of chili. We use it to give to patients with running nose. And it has been, recently it has been shown by research that yes, this allium has antiviral property as well as this chilies has antiviral property. So what I want to convey to you people that we have a rich traditional medicinal knowledge, and this knowledge can be used to treat any of the dreadful diseases. And for that matter, I will give you an example. In a far-flung area of Madhava, when we talked to people, how did you treat your herpes disease? They told us that we have some plants, I don't want to disclose the name of the plant. Herpes disease can also be treated, which is one of the diseases which cannot be treated easily by these medicines of recent allopathy. But they just rub that plant on the herpes virus, and within 2 days they recovered from that. So we have huge knowledge, and this huge knowledge, as well as we have huge diversity. As I have told you, till date we have collected 1123 plant species which have medicinal property. So from this diversity and from this knowledge, we can have a very good avenues in terms of what may not be. It may be employment, so and so forth, discovery of some new drugs. And also there is some another example is of this Bamzund marb, or earlier speaker was talking about that vitamin C is very useful for this stimulating the immune system, and we use it to eat this tomato marba, and that contains vitamin C, and this can also be used to combat this COVID-19. These are some of the plant species which are used to treat these respiratory diseases. This is Sasuria bractata, Arnibia benthami, Rhododendron completum. These plant species are reported by various research scholars, and our team also has reported these. And during recent years, we come to know that for treatment of COVID-19, we can use Rheum, we can use Artemisia, we can use Lonicera, we can use Ephedra and Salvia species. These are some of the related plants, as Tariq Saab has helped me out in this Boraginaceae family. These are some related plants that even Ayush has listed among their 20 most promising plants to combat COVID-19. And these species are also growing in Kashmir, Himalaya. For example, Simsiphoga kashmiriana, and like Morus alba, Astragalus, Polygonum, Scutularia, Sambucus, Potentilla. These are the species that can be used as immune booster or directly to combat COVID-19. So now question arises, does ethnobotany give us something novel? The answer is yes, in terms of detoxin, in terms of salix, and this I will read it out, and you try to understand how important the pro-drug discovery, for product discovery we should have knowledge of ethnobotany. For example, in a classical example, when we use salicylic acid, it's not we use directly salicylic acid. What we use, the bark of Salix alba, which is called as willow. In English we call it willow. In Salix alba, when we take Salix alba, it is not that salicylic acid directly is present in Salix. What is present is salicylene, and this salicylene is hydrolyzed in gastrointestinal tract, which yield salicylic alcohol. Ultimately, this salicylic alcohol is oxidized in liver to produce salicylic acid, which is used as analgesic. So it is when one go into field to collect ethnobotanical knowledge, he should note each and everything, because in some practices there are products present in plant. This is not the ultimate product, is not present in plant. When there is interaction between plant and organism, then some novel thing come out. And likewise, we have psilocybe. Psilocybe, in recent years, a department has been opened in Johns Hopkins University to study this psilocybe and to treat neurological disorders. This is very important. These are new fields which are coming out from the knowledge of traditional systems. Now there is risk to lose this traditional knowledge. One risk is species extinction. This one I will not discuss. This species extinction part, Manzoor Saab and me also have this project on this, and we cannot talk this, it may take 1 hour more. Here we will talk about general loss of traditional knowledge. What are the reasons that this knowledge we are losing day by day? First of all, there is future generation of these traditional people does not want to opt to this because of some economic constraints and socio-economical transformation. Also, they have no written data about this knowledge. This knowledge goes from one generation to another generation by the word of mouth, and that is why when we don't have any documented data, it is on risk that we will lose in near future. So what are the methods to address the risk to traditional medicinal knowledge? One of the best way is to use historic textbooks to resurrect this lost traditional knowledge. And one of the example, a very good paper Benz has published recently, in which he gives this book, and in this book there was illustrations as well as method how to prepare these traditional drugs so that combat different diseases. And from this book they have extracted some very good molecules and some new formulations. Likewise, in the year 2018, I visit TDU Bangalore, and at that institute, they have some Ved, and the Ved used to translate these Vedas into English, and I hope by these practices we can conserve or preserve this traditional knowledge. Number second is development of standards that allow our data should be such that we can apply on it the statistics, bioinformatics, and so on and so forth. Development of database should be suitable for in silico screening. Legal. Now the question arises how we motivate the future generations of the traditional people so that they can opt for this traditional knowledge. One best method is legal frameworking of traditional medicinal knowledge and bioprospecting. Programs should be encouraged so that this knowledge can be documented, so that this knowledge can be preserved. Second one is reasonably intellectual property issues and equitable sharing should be there so that they become very much engaged in this tradition, in this job. Now, emerging opportunities in traditional medicinal knowledge is from curated data, we can have opportunities to discover some novel drugs. From natural product libraries, we can develop some new drugs. And this one, I have given one example of pro drugs. Second example is synergy. By synergy, I mean to say that when we take some traditional medicine, we take it in mixtures. And by mixtures, the one is a drug and another one either boosts that activity of the plant drug, or it may minimize the side effects of that drug. One of the great example I want to tell you people here is ahohosuka. Ahohosuka is a decoction which is used in Peru, and lot of these tourists are coming to Peru for what this decoction does. It experiences you as introspective state that gives you okay. So one of the drug that maintains you this state of this recovery of the memories and so on and so forth, and another one just boosts that effect. In summary, we can say that Kashmir Himalaya inhibits highest number of medicinal plants in IHR. Kashmir has its own traditional medicinal system in place. The huge diversity of medicinal plants and traditional medicine system can help in discovery of new drugs and molecules. There is generational loss of traditional medicine knowledge, and organisms used in traditional medicine are going extinct, which needs immediate conservation / preservation. The traditional medicine system may provide advantages over chemistry products or chemistry laboratories for discovery of new drugs. Database which we generate should be statistically and suitable for in silico screening, synergy and prodrugs needed further investigation. This field needs further investigation so that we can discover some new drugs and some new formulations. Legal framework of traditional knowledge and bioprospecting programs should be encouraged. Thank you very much. I am thankful to organizers for inviting me for this lecture.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aijaz Sahab. Please take a seat over here. And now the session is open for any questions. Are there any questions from the audience? Is there any question? Well, there seems to be no question from the audience, but I would like to seek viewpoint of Professor Poonam Sharma ji regarding one particular fact. That is, a few years back, cholesterol was removed from the list of bad nutrients or from the nutrients of concern by the US panel on dietary guidelines. They said that for the last 40 years, we have been told that cholesterol is bad, it is naughty, and it can cause cardiovascular disease. But abruptly, it was dropped from the nutrients of concern, and instead it was said there may be other factors like insulin resistance, which may be responsible for several cardiovascular diseases and other ailments, degenerative disorders. So what is your viewpoint, ma'am? Should it have been removed, or was it the right decision, or what could have been the real reason for this removing cholesterol from the nutrients of concern?
Sir, as far my knowledge goes, is that cholesterol mainly is because of our diets like fats and oils we are consuming. And moreover, there is more awareness in the population regarding our trans fat, which is generally in the bakery products, shortenings and other cookies and cookeries and other these restaurants and dhabas, and repeatedly heating of the foods that leads into some deleterious compounds which lead to the epithelial wall of the heart and other vessels, cardiovascular constructions. So what I feel is that nearly about 27 gram that should be consumed, more from PUFA, that is omega-3 fatty acids, and moreover these other saturated fats, they should be removed, shortenings, margarine, butters, they should be in moderation. And definitely, whenever there is lifestyle diseases, they are not because of one factor, they are because of multiple factors. We are underlying having diabetes, we are having hypertensive, we are having other factors which are responsible for our cardiac arrest. Moreover, we should concentrate more on the herbs that can help us, they can normally, generally we go for, as and when we have hypertensive effects, we immediately start medication. Once the medication has started for these life disorders, then it will continue throughout the life. So population need to understand that these garlics, that is the itself anti-hypertensive sort of properties they have. Similarly, we can think of having cinnamon, which is having anti-diabetic effects. More people are consuming more salt. They are consuming more sugar. Salt should be not more than 5 grams a day, and sugar 6 teaspoons a day. That comes out to your 30 gram. I will say only 24 gram is enough. Try to have it from the not from the chemicals, but from the herbs. Or we have honey, we have our dates, they can be used. We have to look for sugar also. Sugar.
Hello. 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 Please switch on your video.
education. COVID We have been conducting surveillance with regard to COVID, sero-surveillance, case-based surveillance, screening of all people coming into our valley or moving into schools or institutions. So we have been doing all these activities so that we try to maintain our health, and more importantly, we have been doing immunization against COVID. So how many among you have taken vaccines against COVID? Just few hands only? Not all? How many taken 2? How many taken 3? So please take the third dose also. Even though we don't have COVID now, maybe we are COVID-free for next few months, hopefully maybe forever. Let's hope so, but we are not certain about the coming waves. But as of fresh cases coming up, very sporadic cases, and COVID has become an endemic disease. So we need to maintain our health, and COVID has, as I said, COVID has given us a flip for that. So once we talk of health maintenance, we have 3 main areas where we look. One is screening, second is health education and counseling, and third is immunization. So we don't need to be big experts in this field. So for conducting screening is a baseline activity. Health education and counseling, you are very much experts in those, and immunization, which starts with the beginning of life. So another term which comes with it is health promotion. World Health Organization defines health promotion as a process of enabling people to increase control over and to improve their health. So what type of activities do you carry out to have health promotion? Any one of you? Though it doesn't look a classroom-like activity, but any one promotions do you practice in your own arena, at your domestic level or in a professional level? Anyone? Like, can you give us a few examples? For personal level, for self. That is for the people coming to you. What about your own self? How healthy do you feel we are? When have you last taken your health checkup of yourself? I'm not talking about patients. When have you screened yourself against various diseases? Like, when have you last checked your blood pressure? नहीं नसीर साहब हम उसकी तरफ जाना चाहते हैं सिंपल
So we have different attitudes. So
आप गुस्सा नहीं करिएगा कि हर कोई है, आई एम सेइंग अनलेस डिटेक्टेड अदरवाइज. हाउ मेनी फीमेल्स हैव ever got investigated for thyroid profile? Not much. You are educated because you know, but not many. So the consequence of hypothyroidism we know. First thing is a mental disability. हमारे बच्चे they don't perform well. अब छोड़िए कि अब 10 बच्चे हमारे मैट्रिक में फुल मार्क्स लाते हैं, that is not performance. वो स्कोरिंग का पैटर्न ही ऐसा है. So because they don't compete beyond, because their mothers have hypothyroid, uterine growth is affected, both physical as well as mental abilities are affected. So we don't go for screening of, so for that we have screening like we go to schools. We do iodine deficiency disorder screening among 6 to 12-year children. We have been doing that, and in one of the studies we found that grade 1 goiter was in 30% just 10 years back, which have come down to around 4% now. Same way grade 2 goiter, which was 10%, has come to less than 1%. It's because of iodization of salt, consumption of iodized salt. Same way we have multiple or multiphasic screening. Like we go for screening of whole population for hypertension, then we go for again with screening for blood sugar. So we do in stage wise, multi-stage. And third is prescriptive screening. That is early detection of disease in apparently healthy individuals, which can be better controlled if we detect early. So that's why once patient comes to you, please screen them. If you find a problem in a person, ask their families to get screened also. Because many diseases run in families. It's not hereditary always, it's the environmental conditions that favor disease within the families. If you have a diabetic 20 years back in a family, we say it's morusi, it's garan mazasam. But nowadays, every family has a sugar bemari or nunu bemari or thyroid bemari. It's so common now. And fourth thing is cancer. Cancer is evolving like anything in our population. So cancer screening, oral cancer we don't have much, but GI cancer is quite common. Lung cancer is again quite common nowadays. Among females, breast cancer is quite common, though we don't have a cervical cancer in Kashmiri population. But breast cancer is quite common among females nowadays. And they need to go for screening for that. And among males, the prostate cancer is again a big threat now. So males are presenting with prostate cancer and secondaries, they present with secondaries once they get detected. So we need to go for screening quite early. So what are the criteria for screening program? It should be important one, as I talked about these diseases, should be a common enough to warrant a search for its risk factors and latent stages, so we should need to detect it early. The morbidity and mortality of untreated conditions should be substantial. We understand that. Effective treatment must exist. So we cannot detect cancer quite early and we don't have any treatment. There is no fun. So we can only detect early once we have treatment facility. And the natural history of the disease should be understood. We must know कि अगर आज हम detect कर रहे हैं, what would be the future course of disease. So what test should be applied? So COVID test is a big example for that. It should be accepted by the population and suitable for application. Should be easy, inexpensive, quickly done and free from hazards. Sufficiently sensitive to detect disease.
Today's clinical selection of patients conducted is on stomach lung. Patient satisfaction in Asian countries, survey conducted by Health World Group, In 1950 to 1970, it is 88%. 1974%. And in 2010, it is 61%. And in 2010 to 2020, it is declining up to 10% only. So what's the reason? And patient feels that doctors are more detached. They lack empathy. They treat patients as their client, not their patients with fat pockets. Let's what commercial total awareness of patient's environment, temperament, falseness, and dedication shall be the prime condition to become a doctor. So full concentration need three elements. First is establishment and locality. Second is detachment from physical, emotional attachment to other things during their clinic hours, and care and empathy for patients. Location. The first and foremost is don't establish your clinic at your home or even in your street. Your privacy may ruin, and you lost constant concentration because you can't detach yourself from your home and the affairs inside the home. Then location tells your family at risk. If you open your clinic in your house, then your family is at risk due to the presence of patient at your vicinity. Your dignity may suffer due to the movements of your family members between the patients. And your personal and family affairs easily become public. अभी कुछ दिन पहले एक वीडियो वायरल हुआ था जिसमें डॉक्टर साहब की बेगम साहिबा ने क्लिनिक में आके उनकी पिटाई की थी, आप जानते हैं, क्योंकि वो घर के अंदर सुन रही थी कि घर के बाहर बैठकर किसी पेशेंट से कोई गुफ्तगू कर रहे हैं. Especially in the area you've grown up as a child, because people don't take you that seriously which you deserve as a doctor. You may be compelled to serve or give preference to your relatives, neighbors, or childhood friends, etc., on your deserving patient, and patients feel deprived. Don't establish clinic in the area having funny names. We have some example here. Locality with lots of noise, crowded area, easy access to people of all creed, religion, and gender, sufficient parking space, and easy commuting for patients to take taxis or any available means to reach their home back. The name and signboard of clinic hospital should be simple, easy to understand and memorize, should not be placed above 14 feet height, and should have a glow sign is must. You must have a decent shops in the neighborhood. Don't involve in financial transaction with the patient. Instead, a compounder or receptionist should be assigned to do this job. This is against the dignity and may leads to financial loss. We have came up with this ideal model for your clinic. This is parking area. This is main toilet, this female toilet, it's the entry to male waiting area, and this is this entry meant for female patients to their waiting area. And this is pharmacist come your traffic manager to send male and female patient on their numbers. Here is your storage area. This is examination table, and this is doctor's den to take rests or consult books if required. How to connect with the patient? Always wear gentle and welcome smile. Remember their name and mention their first name or surname. Or if they are senior citizen, call them with relative names, especially politely. Remember gender distinctions. Male patient always interested in things and material. So, taking advantage of these values, you can discuss things and material with the male, while females always interested in person and relationship. So ask them about their kids, their mother, their families for female patient, and machines, mobiles, cars for male patients. Honesty is prerequisite for developing bonds with the patient. So when we approach someone with mixed notion, biased, and with judgment about his or her personality, the distance or disconnect occurs automatically. Reason of mental fixation, it was quoted by Ibn Hafiz that kibr, these persons thinks very high about themselves and place other on the lowest pedestal. And another bad character is ujbu. These persons do not degrade others but have very high opinion about themselves. Listening is must. It should not be passive silence. It should be active silence. These silence does not mean emptiness of voice. This is completely dependent upon our attitude. Basic requirement for silence is silence, which will be an active silence for sharing. The intention is without discernment because of advocacy is earning, not learning. Basic requirement for full attention is do not place any moving object between the visual boundaries. Blink lights, TV set or CCTV monitors, aquarium, So avoid staring at them on their entry. Just pass a glance, a welcome smile, and wait for their move. Ask them to sit exactly opposite against their choice of seat. Suppose ectomorph decided to sit on your right stool, ask them to sit on your left. Listen attentively. Ask some question in between to show your concern, or just say, oh, right? Listen. So my hand gestures at the moment is looking awkward to ectomorph. Temperament of emotional and intellectual attitude of ectomorph and endomorph. Don't your hand gesture, instead facial expression are more noticeable. Don't your past continuous tense.
Sorry
You
to
always
interrupt
do
you.
this.
Sorry to interrupt you, Professor Sherani. Actually, we're running behind the time schedule. So I would request you to, if you could please conclude in another 2-3 minutes or 5 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
They reveal with preamble but with little shaping of sentence. Mesomorph, they are calm and secretive person, usually came alone. Listen attentively, don't ask question in between, do some cross questioning in the end. Request them to follow your instruction on every move in the clinic. Make proper eye contact with the mesomorph. The tricep is the use humor, make fun of own self, but don't laugh with them. Melanoma for introverts, stun and difficult to deal with the type of patient. These patients require patience, very hesitant and paranoid, may come alone on with battery of friends and relatives, unpredictable, having strong fixation, listen very attentively to them. They need repetition of instruction. They use fewer words, so need many questions with very polite and low tone. They are more conscious about themselves, so prize them on several occasions. Make proper eye contact. We are a positive smile during the discussion. Reply in detail. Use your hand during. Repeat your instructions. The emotional point is the tip of the shoulder. The stress look, they are dull, cried a lot, played with their cloth, bags, mobile, etc. When they hesitant for something, drop head, hands in lap, cried on slight provocation, and hand washing, lost
know
colleagues and my dear students, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I thank you all for inviting me to this august occasion on the, I thank you all for inviting me to this august gathering on the occasion of annual Unani Day. I have been asked to throw some light on the prospects of medical tourism in Unani medicine in Kashmir. Medical tourism. Medical tourism has emerged as one of the market across the globe. It encompasses primarily and predominantly biomedical procedures combined with travel and tourism, such as when consumers elect to travel across international border to receive some form of medical treatment, which may span the full range of medical service. A journey that patients may take from one country to another refer to visit by overseas patient for medical treatment and relaxation. This includes getting indigenous and alternative medical service favorable exchange rates. The internet, with the development of communications, new companies have emerged who act as a middle
or certain diets to take, which would certainly get them out of the disease and ensure their well-being. Then coming to Ilaj Bil Dawa, the pharmacotherapy. The medicines and regimes allotted for different ailments, prophylaxis, immunity boosting, etc., are derived from animals, minerals, or plant sources, which tend to show negligible side effects as they are naturally occurring and not synthesized artificially. Well, Ilaj Bil Dawa is like the last refuge which comes into place as far as Unani medicine is concerned, because the main motive behind treating a patient starts right from the counseling. Then we move to the modification in the lifestyle by these regimental therapies. We advise the patients to according to the ailments they are suffering from, and then finally we try to enhance the food. We advise them certain foods which will eliminate certain disease-causing factors out of the body, and then finally we take refuge in pharmacotherapy, which is again very naturally existing and with negligible side effects and readily available. With this, I conclude my today's deliberation on Unani in maintaining the well-being. Thank you, everyone, for giving me a patient hearing. And over to the chair, members of the chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. Now the session is open for any questions. Are there any questions? Yes, please.
जी, तो मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि जब इंसान जंगलों में रहा करता था, आदिवासी था, तो दो ही वजूहात थे मरने के, या तो किसी जंगली जानवर का शिकार हो जाता या बुढ़ापा। तीसरी कोई वजह समझ में नहीं आती थी। और इनो कम्युनिटी जो कनाडा की कम्युनिटी थी, उस पे भी इस तरह के रिसर्च हुए हैं। बहुत सारे इस तरह के एविडेंसेस हमें मिलते हैं आज भी। और आज भी आदिवासी जिंदगी जो गुजारते हैं, वहाँ डायबिटीज नहीं है, वहाँ हाइपरटेंशन नहीं है, वहाँ कैंसर्स हमें नहीं देखने को मिलते हैं। तो क्या ये जो मॉडर्न मेडिसिन है या मॉडर्न जिंदगी है या मॉडर्न लाइन ऑफ ट्रीटमेंट है, जबकि हम देखते हैं गैरी नल की डेथ बाय मेडिसिन जो उन्होंने छापी है, या इज यूएस मेडिसिन बेस्ट इन द वर्ल्ड स्टारफील्ड बारबरा ने छापी है, ऑडिट है 2000 का यूएस का, तो दैट शोज कि जो मॉडर्न मेडिसिन है, जो डॉक्टर्स इंटरवेंशन है, जो एडवर्स ड्रग रिएक्शंस हैं, दे आर द बिगेस्ट काज ऑफ मॉर्टिलिटी एज वेल एज मॉर्बिडिटी एज वेल। तो इस सूरत को अगर हम मद्देनजर रखते हुए हम बहुत ईमानदारी से बात कहें, तो क्या प्रिवेंशन के माने हम क्या लें और किस तरह से लें? क्योंकि एक बात जो मैं इसके साथ जोड़ना चाहता हूं वो ये है कि जहां जहां हमने इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बढ़ा दिया, जहां जहां हमने डॉक्टर्स बढ़ा दिए, हमने मेडिकल स्कूल्स बढ़ा दिए, उतने पेशेंट्स हमारे कम होने चाहिए, बल्कि उसका उल्टा हो रहा है। जितने डॉक्टर्स की तादाद बढ़ गई, उतने बीमारों की तादाद बढ़ गई। तो ये सारी चीजें कोरिलेट करके मुझे आप प्लीज जवाब दें।
थैंक यू सिर साहब। से दो चीजें हैं, कहा कि पहले लोग मरते थे दो ही वजह से, और अब ज्यादा लोग अब मर रहे हैं, मोर्टालिटी मॉर्बिडिटी काफी बढ़ गई है। सो नंबर वन, क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ जो है इट हैज स्टार्टेड इम्प्रूविंग, और उससे इम्पोर्टेंट जो है वो लाइफ स्पैन है। अगर हम कश्मीर की बात करें, आज के टाइम पे यू विल सी पीपल लिविंग इन देयर 70s 80s, दे आर हेल्दी। अगर आप 30-40 साल पहले देखें, people used to retire by 55. अगर उनकी हालत देखते, by 60 or 65 they used to die. So life expectancy has gone quite high. With that, let me complete. With that, the diseases of geriatric age group has also increased. So जो spectrum of diseases जो पहले नहीं दिखती थी, see once we see aging के साथ अपनी disease होती हैं, जो lifestyle diseases हमें आ जाती हैं, उसका spectrum बढ़ गया. So you see more people coming with those diseases. Secondly, the awareness among population with regard to diseases काफी है. People with mild symptoms, आज के टाइम में देखिए किसी को मामूली सा सिर दर्द होता है, he tries to look for a neurologist rather than going to a general physician. So awareness among people about disease has also increased. That led to more of visits to the physicians and more detection of diseases. And with that, death is a natural process, but यहाँ पे दो चीजें हैं. Quality of life has definitely increased, and the lifespan has increased. With that, the quantum of people with diseases has also visibly increased. It's not that disease उनमें disease नहीं थे, but because your approach, health-seeking approach उनमें था, that has increased. Because of that, we see more people coming to. जो आप कह रहे हैं कि modern medicine में people are dying, that many diseases could be iatrogenic, whereas people are taking drugs of their own unnecessarily. We can see among the major causes of liver failure as well as kidney failure. More importantly, kidney failure, जो हमारी population है, that is excess and unregulated use of NSAIDs, non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs. मामूली सा दर्द होता है, or people on long treatments like rheumatoid arthritis or वो, so they take drugs unregulated, and उसकी वजह से भी drug. So as long as we are following the prescriptions, we don't find that drugs are causing a lot of problems. But once we have over-the-counter drugs, unregulated drug intake, उसकी वजह से उसके side effects आ जाते हैं. We see people getting affected because of those. Thank you.
Any other question? Any other question? It seems there is no other question, so that brings us to the conclusion of this session, wherein we had very insightful and resourceful presentations on Adab-e-Sittat Zaruriya by Sherwani Saab, on prospects of medical tourism by Dr. Shazia Noor, on preventive medicine for maintenance of health by Dr. Salim Khan Saab, and finally on Unani medicine for general well-being by Dr. Shazia Bande. So I wholeheartedly thank all the members of the audience, distinguished speakers, guests, and our co-chairperson, Professor Bashir Ahmad Ganai Saab. Would you like to give any concluding remarks, Professor Saab?
Shortage of time. I hope there are no remarks from my side, but actually, as far as this conference is concerned, a lot has been given over this. But actually, the diet and nutrition has been the central place for this. So I would like, rather than the medical, what you are saying that medicine is you are utilizing, whether they are causing some sort of disease or they are preventing disease. We don't say anything about that because it is actually the modern system where you are going to have more and more population rise simultaneously. With that, you are having more and more diagnosis processes. That could be one of the reasons that more and more are now the patients are visible, that it is increasing. It is because of that thing. But I hope that since this was an international conference with regard to diet and nutrition, I would like to quote, there are some diseases which are not cured by what is called as medicines, but only the prevention is very important. That can be in diet or that can be through nutrition. So I would like to quote our Sheikh Nuruddin Nurani Rahmatullahi Allah, Shravun Soryom Kustur Kalyom, Rang Bulblas Gayam Galiziao, Sorun Yavun Quinno Balyom, Novayas Kandan Nabad Novayas Gyao. There are so many diseases like diabetes or this heart, what is called as heart problems. I hope rather than medicines, cure, this prevention is very important. So you have to take that thing into consideration. That is the diet and the mechanisms involved because of the components or composition which is present in that diet as well as nutrition. Because nowadays there is lot of scope in nutraceuticals. So we have to go we have to go deep. In that very case, that will be only possible when you are having research aspect into consideration. My point is not like that you are doing a lot of this practice, but you have